How's it going, humanity? How's your afternoon? No. Morning going. How are you all today? I'm doing well. I'm doing all right. I'm had kind of a bad day, so I've really been looking forward to hanging out with y'all, doing some streaming, playing some games, just chilling out. Just bloody tired. Stayed up till 5 a.m. to watch the Ubisoft and Devolver conferences. The Ubisoft conference was so disappointing, I almost want my sleep back. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. Stayed up till 5 a.m. to watch the conferences. That's crazy. Why not just like go to bed at a normal time and wake up at 5? I guess that's the true gamer degen hour schedule. What was so disappointing about it? Like, what was the, hang on, let me make sure that the music in this is nice and low. Yeah, what was the conference about? What was it they were announcing, and what were you hoping there was going to be that there wasn't? It's 5 a.m. for me right now. Yeah, it totally is. Yeah, exactly 5 o'clock. What are you doing up so late, out of curiosity? Shoyo? Like, what's the schedule for you normally like? Do you have kind of a specific schedule, or you just kind of wake and sleep at wild hours? Mark, by the way, Shoyo has been just recently in the last year getting heavily into anime, he was mentioning. So I was saying you'd probably be a really good person to talk to about some of the better kind of like animes to get into. I mean, you've kind of got like a ranking of every anime ever made because you're a maniac. I don't remember most of the games they announced. The only one I'm remotely interested in was a co-op spin-off for Rainbow Six Siege. Oh yeah. They announced a new Avatar game. Avatar's and the Blue People. Gotcha. Yeah, so the Avatar's not at all related to The Last Airbender then, right? Like the Avatar Blue People movie. And there's no overlap there in themes or concept or content or anything, right? Dude, there's so many fucking things to check out. Okay, we're gonna do a little lap here. We're gonna do these fucking quests because I want the influence. I have a weird sleep schedule right now. I go sleeping at 6 p.m. and wake up at 2. Ah, truly some degen gamer hours. I miss those days. I can't really pull that off anymore. Not with a youngin'. How do I get up there? There's a fucking... There's a little bridge on that. What is this? Why is this... What is this little trail? Why does it connect to a roof? What are you doing up on the roof? Oh, okay, never mind, you're not on the roof anymore. Just knocked his ass down. No relation at all aside from name. I was hoping for maybe a shred of hope for a new Splinter Cell game. No, Ubisoft ends the conference with some weird Mario Rabbids game. Left a bad taste in my mouth. And personally, I would probably prefer to play the Mario Rabbids game over a, like, military shooter. Like Splinter Cell and Rainbow Six and stuff like that don't interest me at all. But I'm intrigued by the Mario vs. Rabbids thing simply because it's... Can I go down there? Am I gonna die if I go down there? Simply because it's more, like tactical, like a tactical RPG kind of game. And that's my jam. Yep. I die if I go down there, but I immediately reset, so that's good. you know, curiosity. Sometimes you just gotta satisfy it. Only 3 viewer right now, or does it not refresh for me? Yeah, it only, the viewership only refreshes now and then. Like every, you know, 5 or 10 minutes or something like that. The API for Twitch doesn't update very often. But, you know, I've only been live for 10 minutes. Like, most people don't know that I've gone live. That's normal. Streams always start out very, very small and quiet, and then, kind of ramp up. That's normal. Mario Rabbids just look weird to me, and I don't have a Switch, nor do I plan to get one anytime soon. Yeah, I could see that. I forget it's a Switch exclusive. They do look weird. They aesthetic of that game is very strange. I agree completely with that. That said, I would totally check that game out. I plan to play it at some point, maybe, hopefully.
Watch yourself. Bandits up ahead.
Bandits up ahead. Okay. They might not be bandits?
You don't think they're bandits?
Bandits wait until people are vulnerable, then hit them fast so nobody escapes.
Only game on Switch maybe remotely interested in is probably Bayonetta 2 and Astral Chain, but I'm not going to get an entire new console for 2 games. Really? Yeah, I would say Mario Odyssey is maybe one of the best platformers I've ever played. And Breath of the Wild is perhaps one of the best games I've ever played, just full stop. So those would be the 2 that I would be into. Oh my god, the redemption. Good call, Mark. Oh my god, this is already cracking me up. Okay, let's do it. Tunak. Da. Tun. Tunak. Tunak. Just 3 words for the whole redemption. Tunak. Tunak. Tun. Tunak. Tunak. Tun. Da. 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 Tunak. Tunak. Tun.
That's so ridiculous.
Tunak. Tun. Tunak. Tunak. I noticed you're live because I saw that in the Twitch log. Channel messages popped up. Oh, that's funny. Nice. Yeah, that's one reason to have it unmuted. Yeah, I usually, even just in the main Hangout channel, I usually just write a little message saying that I'm going live. But also, when you're in my Discord in particular, any person whose name is purple is
Bandits ahead.
Any person whose name is purple is currently streaming, like they're live at that moment. Oh, what the fuck? Is there a bandit behind me? Sorry, I need to remember, I unlocked a new ability. It's on the right bumper. What is that? You trap enemies inside an electricity field that paralyzes those that try to leave. Okay, so I should cast that on any melee combatants that I approach from a distance, I guess. That would be the thing to do. Okay. Awesome, that actually leveled up a bunch of my people. So worth. I could never get into Mario or Zelda. I tried Breath of the Wild on a friend's own Switch. Didn't really find it that unique. Breaking weapons every few minutes kind of made it a short to play. Never grew up with Zelda, so that nostalgia factor wasn't there for me too. Yeah, I think it's probably better if you're not a fan of Zelda. A lot of people who are huge Zelda fanboys hated it because it was so different from every other Zelda game. Yeah, the fact that weapons break when you use them is the main criticism that I think is makes sense, although you find weapons so often that I kind of like that it keeps you using different weapons. You don't just have one good weapon and then you just use it for the entire course of the game from start to finish. I think it's a really good way, an immersive way to get the player using different weapons. So I quite like that personally. But yeah, I don't know. That said, I think it's just a spectacular game. Like, even if it wasn't a Zelda game, I think it's an amazing game. Oh my gosh. Whoops, that's the wrong. There we go. MILF. MILF. Man, I love floppa. Okay, man and I didn't really sound good there. Let me just... Let me re-record those ones. I. Man. There we go. Hopefully those will sound a little better. It's hard to get the timing of when to start record, end record. Like, it's really specific for it to, like, sound any good. You don't want huge gaps, but you also don't want to cut it off. Tricky. Still getting the hang. Can you put every text in there? What do you mean, the text-to-speech thing? Yeah, it's literally, it's just like a, yeah, it's a growing database. Every time a redemption is done, any word that I haven't said yet, I then say. 800% weapon damage, and then another 800% if they're at full health? Dude, that's just an instant kill. That's fucking crazy. You can't really set up the tactics, though. Oh, preferred. Okay, so just, like, use that every time you can. Right, you can set preferred tactics. What is the... A lightning bolt is the preferred tactic for my... I must have done that a while back. What's the best ability that I've got? Probably barrage. I would say make that the preferred ability for my character when I'm controlling others, I guess. And then what's Solus gonna have? Oh my god, that I never really liked doing puzzles. The sections where I have to do puzzles just pulled me out of the experience. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to at all. You do the puzzles so that every 4 that you do, you can get another like heart container or a bit more stamina. But you know, you don't have to. But I kind of liked the puzzles in that game because they were, you know, they're just fairly simple. Just like a bunch of them that are a little simpler instead of like one massive, borderline frustrating fucking dungeon, which is the parts of the original Zelda games that I did not like personally. Bang. Boogie. Ba. Wit. Jump. Said. Okay, now I think I know what the redemption is. I decided not to look at it, but I get it now. Diggy. Dang. Ball. Ba. Wit. Da. Ball. Da. Bang. Da. Dang. Diggy. 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 Said.
With
the boogie.
Ball.
Said. Up.
Oh,
Jump.
that was ridiculous.
The boogie. Ba.
These days, due to my short
Wit,
attention span,
da,
I always try to maximize
ball,
gameplay, so I'm
da,
prioritizing
bang,
action-heavy games.
Da. Dang.
Yeah, I guess I
Diggy. Diggy.
love
Diggy. Said.
an RPG
The
where I can
boogie.
just explore and see
Said.
new things all the
Up.
time. That's my
Jump. The boogie.
absolute favorite.
Ba. Wit. Da. Ball. Da. Bang. Da. Dang. Diggy. 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 Said. The boogie. Said. Up. Jump. The boogie. Wow. Okay, I think that he should prioritize...
Man.
I love floppa.
Barrier and revival.
And dispel, though.
Yeah, just prioritize being a support. Use all of these whenever possible.
Alright.
Let's go kill the rest of these fucking bandits. Oh my god, come on, pick up the item. There we go. Zelda's been on the slower side of games I've played. Yeah, it's a slow exploration, open world, kind of find new things and be excited by it kind of game. That's why I think it is
one of the best games ever, because I think it's one of the best examples of that.
According to my research,
Skyrim
the ancient elves may have set up wards near here.
and Skyrim and Breath of the Wild are the two best examples of that concept that I've ever seen personally. What's the question mark? You have 940 of the channel points, you mean? The degrees, as I like to call them. You know, it's like temperature degrees. Like the more you collect, you know, the hotter it is, because it's a drier was kind of the theme I was going for. But I'd love to get a secondhand Switch, but no one resells it here. No one resells them anywhere. They're not. It's not really even a thing. Unfortunately. But yeah, that would be the dream for sure.
The artifacts they used, it may help
I ended up buying one new just because that's the only way to get a Switch. And then streamed like 3 times with it. Womp womp. Who are you? What,
Andaran Atishan. I did not expect to see another Dalish blood here. My name is Miris. By your weapons, I see you come ready for battle. Perhaps we face a common enemy in these demons.
Hang on, the music's a lot louder than the characters.
Are you fighting the demons on your own?
Fighting the demons is pointless. There will always be more, and I have no means of closing the rifts. But I have heard of elven artifacts that measure the veil. They may tell us where new rifts will appear. I was not expecting.
Second-hand Switch market is close to deserted because Nintendo has very little market leverage here. Sony dominates like 70-80% of the market, so nobody even has a Switch to resell. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, even in places where they're popular, they don't exist. Like, second-hand Switches basically don't exist at all. Then they never go on sale or anything, so it's like, it's kind of impossible to find. They're a white whale. What's this game about? Oh, so this is Dragon Age Inquisition. It's the third of the Dragon Age games. You don't have to have played the other Dragon Age games in order to, you know, to play it and get it and enjoy it and stuff. It's got its own self-contained story and everything, but I have been playing through the entire trilogy. So I played the first, then the second, and now I'm on to the third of the Dragon Age games. And basically, the story of it is that there was this crazy massive rift up in the sky that opened up, and my character came out of it and doesn't know why and what happened before that. But now I have this weird kind of ability, I have this affinity with those rifts so that only I can close them. So I have to like go around sealing up these rifts where specters and fucking demons and stuff are spilling out of them. And so that's kind of all I know of that so far, because I'm still very, very early in the game. And then there's also a sort of political landscape where it's like the church has been kind of what's the term I'm looking for? The church has been like suppressing mages for a really long time. Kind of like you know, keeping them on a leash, and finally I guess some people snapped and destroyed the main like the Pope basically, and so the church is kind of in shambles, and the mages have realized that they have enough power to rebel and sort of break free of the oppression. And so there's like a civil war going on between the mages and the church. And the church employs these sort of mage-slaying knights called Templars. And so there's all these Templars and mages running around fighting each other, and they're all kind of against me. And that's what I know of it so far. Ooh, how's it going, Black Roses? I've actually been intending to play more slow story-based games with the help of my ADHD meds to help me actually focus. So I've been playing some Pillars of Eternity 1. Oh, nice. Awesome. Yeah, if you're looking for, like, really good kind of text-based games like that, I really, really, really liked Torment, Tides of Numenera. Tyranny was another one. I think those are two really good examples of that, because they deviate a little bit from the classic Western fantasy. And they have kind of their own unique lore that I really like. Numenera especially. It's very unique. It takes place like in the distant future. Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing well, Black Roses. How's your morning going? You're like in a minute it's gonna be 4:20. Just saying. What are you doing up at this hour? Don't you work this weekend? Oh, hang on a sec. I gotta record. Duel. It's time to duel. Something like that, right? Maybe it was too many does. I don't recall. It's been a long time since I've seen the opening. Doing good. Got my first set of calligraphy pens. Well, that's fucking exciting.
Thank you for joining me. I do not think I could have done this.
So I said I'm gonna help this mage. Okay, cool. Got my first set of calligraphy pens, so now just doing some practice and like just finished playing some games with some friends. Worked this Saturday, so having Sunday off. Oh, nice. That's awesome. That's really cool. Are you is calligraphy a thing that you do or a thing that you're about to get into?
What took you away from your clan?
Oh my god.
All killed by a demon that our keeper was foolish enough to summon.
All right, Mark.
I am the only survivor of Clan Vernon. I was searching for another clan that would take me in.
You're
but it
redonkulous.
disappeared. Now, I'm doing whatever I can to help with this madness.
Stop. Taste? Nothing. Wrong. Get. Is. Free. Did. Channel. Today. Anime. Mood. Shoticon? Bleach. Brought. Furry. And Sundeer. Every. Bastard. Can't believe I'm gonna have a database of words and hentai is gonna be among them. Hentai. Something. Titties. Haven. Video. Ugly. This channel is brought to you're such a degenerate, Mark. By hentai. Haven. In the mood for an Does ugly this make you happy? Bastard. Sundeer. Furry. Shoticon? Hentai. Haven. Has something. Good God. Every taste. Stop. By today. And get text to rocks. Free. Bleach. With every video. Hentai. Haven. Big. Anime. Titties. Did. Nothing. Wrong. Just getting into it. I write cursive in general because of how I've been brought up in Hungary, and the calligraphy pens just make the words so much nicer. Nice, that's awesome. I actually really take pride in my cursive. I think my handwriting is really good, and I like to, yeah, I like to practice it and stuff. So I am. Yeah, get fucking paralyzed. So yeah, I'm right there with you. I think, oh my god. I'm just gonna try and cast spells and see if it works. I have no idea what my mana is. Oh, apparently the enemies are dead. How's it going, Eric? I don't know about Mark, but definitely made me happy. I've never really been a fan of CRPGs, but thankfully Pillars of Eternity has really good difficulty settings, so I can still have an enjoyable experience with the story. CRPGs. I'm trying to remember what that stands for. Energize. Oh, cool.
What manner of fire is that?
I have heard of this, but never seen it before. It is called Veilfire.
Veilfire is a unique source of lighting that only mages can activate, but anyone can carry. Explore to find ancient runes or devices that can only be used by Veilfire. Using any combat ability will cause you to drop a carried Veilfire torch.
It is a form of sympathetic magic, a memory of flame that burns in this world where the veil is thin.
Okay. Can we light that? No. Yeah, how you doing, Eric? How's your night treating you? So glad I have something to spend all these channel points on. Although the calligraphy pens are taking time to get used to. Also, just want to write a lovely note for the department and my mentor when I finish my placement. So just practicing for that. Aw, that's adorable. I think my mana regen has been increased. Maybe because dude put his barrier on my character? I'm not even sure.
There. If we activate that crystal, it should react to the strength of the veil.
Well, that's super nice of you to have a plan for a nice little little note. Sounds like it's going to be super cute. Computer role-playing game. It's a super old term, but it still refers to RPGs that are similar to very early RPGs that were on PCs. Right, right. So like isometric RPGs, basically. Like, you know, top-down.
We're near another artifact.
Top-down content. Ooh, activate, eh? Oh, get that loot. Pretty chill. That's good to hear. What's everyone gotten up to so far for their weekend, or is planning to get up to for their weekends? I guess I'll buff the archers so we can hopefully output extra damage and kill all the things that are approaching. Only reason I invested in these pens, TBH, gonna ask the senator for some tips and tricks because his calligraphy's always on point. Yeah, it's crazy. That's such a cool skill. I have actually my a relative of mine in Marburg has really beautiful writing, and she would work at Renaissance fairs and do like Ren clothing for people. And she would also sell calligraphy. So like you could have whatever you wanted written and she'd do really beautiful calligraphy. And it was like good enough that she was selling it, which I was really cool. I really respect calligraphy. I think it's amazing. I like it's so impressive. Like really good calligraphy is awesome. Oh shit, I've moved up a tier, so there's some rewards. And then this battle is super rewarding, so I would strongly recommend taking part in it if you play Stream Raiders at all. This is going to be a ton of tokens that'll help to move folks up through the like event tiers to get extra rewards. There you go. So just don't place anything on the purple defensive zone would be my main recommendation. But then I'd also recommend like, oh my god, the first thing. Womp womp. That's kind of the type of thing that I would recommend. Maybe some melee in there too. Oh my god. Only units on the purple so far. You guys! Oh, the other thing I wanted to do was spend my gold on scrolls. I'm trying to get more units to level 30, so I'm buying all the scrolls I can. I have huge respect for people with good handwriting, because all my life I have to put in actual effort and strain myself to bring out legible handwriting. Yeah, I think both my printing and my handwriting are both things that I take a lot of pride in. The jumbled mess that I can only understand mostly. Honestly, I think the only reason that I have such good printing and handwriting is that I did so much writing Whereas like most people, I think, outside of school don't practice, but I ran D&D games from a young age, and like didn't have a computer when I was like a young kid, so
somehow with the flame from the torch.
I don't understand. How is it interacting? How am I supposed to interact with that? Yeah, and so I would like write out everything, just like tons and tons, pages and pages and pages and pages of notes.
Strengthen the veil. This area should be safer for travelers now.
Okay, sick. Is that it, though?
Well, that should prove useful. And it seems the ancestors left something for me as well. Interesting. I believe our alliance is concluded. Go in peace, stranger.
Who's talking? Oh, there you are. I want what you found. So I'm a mage. That's a unique ability that I can have.
Do you even know what you're holding? How it will interact with the veil, the breach, the demons? I have the knowledge to use what you found safely. You don't.
Perhaps you're right. Here, take it.
Oh, sick.
Go with Mythal's blessing.
Awesome. That's cool. Being a mage, I was the unique dialogue option that allows me to get the fucking reward from this place. I'm really happy with how that turned out. That's a win-win. Honestly, even trying to get the lines perfectly straight is so hard. I love just writing randomly. Also, my mom was super anal about it, so... about it all. So if my handwriting in my jotters... in my jotters? Is that like journal or whatever? That's a funky term. That's the one that I've never heard. If it wasn't nice enough, she'd make me rewrite the whole thing. I used to have horrible handwriting. Yeah, I mean, I'm back in my day. I'm old enough that when I was in school, you know, they taught handwriting, and it was like considered an important thing. And I think that the fact that I continued to practice it, whereas I think most people just sort of let that skill atrophy because it is so useless, really, in today's world. I think that's, yeah, it's the only reason that I'm kind of any good at it. So I just kept doing it and kept practicing and stuff. But yeah, fuck, it's so hard for me to be looking at things in game, like thinking about things here, and then also thinking about something else. I'm so bad at multitasking. Kind of the worst quality in someone who's going to be a streamer. I practiced while I was in school. I wrote short stories for myself every week. Didn't really help much as the teachers kept complaining about my handwriting. Actually did bring this question up to my therapist, actually. Oh, that's crazy. That's interesting that you didn't really improve that much despite practicing a lot. But I kind of made a point. I would spend time intentionally kind of trying to improve my writing while I was writing too. So that might be part of it. It wasn't just that I wrote a lot. So yeah, maybe that's it. I was like, I would see handwriting places and I'd be like, oh, I like the way that L works. I'm going to do that. And now that's, my L looks like, I remember there was a commercial that I saw in middle school, and it was like an ad for whatever, like a, you know, fucking those late night ads where it's like, you know, oh, I'll get these 5 CD set of all the best music of the whatever, and the ad had like handwriting for part of it, and I saw an L that I liked, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna use that. And it's still how I write L's to this day, from like some fucking ad from when I was 12. A British or Scottish term for notebooks. That's kind of cool. You'd use in school notebooks are called jotters. That makes sense. Trying to think of what a school notebook is here. I mean, we would use We would use duotangs quite often, but that's not exclusive to school necessarily. That's sort of like, I think, probably a brand name of notebook. I don't think that we really have a term for a notebook that you'd use in school specifically. Same in Hungary. I was not allowed to move on to pens unless your pencil writing was nice enough. Oh, that's interesting. I've never had that. I just remember that they were always like, always have a pencil. Number 2 pencils are like a required thing. So I just always had a pencil. And then I think at a certain point they were like, these assignments have to be written in pen. And that was all we were told. There was nothing about like, oh, you've now graduated to a point where you can this or that. It was just, you know, time to write in pen now for this particular project or assignment or whatever. So that was kind of all we were told. $69 DPS. Didn't even notice. Nice. Scout mail. I mostly want to have like unique stuff on my characters whenever possible. Here. Okay, the Amulet of Power. Varric only. Well, that's unique. Gain an ability point when equipped. Oh, dude, it doesn't even show what it does until you go to equip it on Varric. That's really fucking cool. After it's used, it shatters. That's so fucking cool. These are... Oh, this is the Amulet of Power I must have just gotten, because it's for Solus. And he's a mage, so... It's not mage only, it's Solus only, too. That's so cool. This is really neat. Enhanced Toxic Cloud, Knockout Powder. Oh, these are... Oh... The skill, it says increased ability duration by 30%, and so I thought it just increased the duration of his abilities. But each of these items has a specific name, it enhances a specific skill, and it increases the duration of that skill by 30%. So I would have to have Knockout Powder or Toxic Cloud in order for those to be relevant. Does he have Knockout Powder or Toxic Cloud, I wonder? He doesn't have either of those, so those rings are useless for me at the moment. So I shouldn't even have them equipped. Okay, I'm getting this. I'm understanding shit. So there's really not a definitive answer. There could be a myriad of factors. Could be I was just unnaturally terrible at writing. Could be I needed more practice and maintenance. Could also be due to my ADHD. Can't really pinpoint an answer. Mom was there next to me trying to guide me into better handwriting every time I wrote my short stories. She ended up getting so frustrated with me and my lack of meaningful progression after nearly a year, she just dropped it and gave up. Funky. Yeah, it's a shame. It may also have just been a bit of a mental block. It could be part of it, or you were just, you know, kind of your heart wasn't in it or whatever. You're just, you know, it might have been part of it. Who knows? But that's, yeah, any of those theories make sense, really. I used to have a good handwriting as a kid, but now it's just bad, and I don't know why. Hello again, by the way, random. Yeah, have you done much writing though since you were a kid? Because I think for most people, the thing that makes somebody's handwriting get worse over time, which is very, very common, is just a lack of use, right? People use phones and shit, right? Like, I mean, I do too. Everyone does. That's how people communicate now. So I think it's usually that skill atrophies from disuse, I think. Nice. I was like, I wonder what's going to happen with this torch. Oh, it just disappears. There's not even a fucking animation of dropping it or something. It's just like... Dispense with these bandits. Alright, let's do it. Let's kill the bandits and then go to the camp on the other side of them. To this day, don't know how to write a knee letter. Don't know how to write a letter M or Y, though. Like, oh, and nice. I don't know why I couldn't... I should have been able to parse that. That's ridiculous. You only left out one letter, and I don't know why. I've been practicing German so much lately that when I saw "nie," I thought never, and so it confused me because I saw that as a word. I was like, write a never letter, and so yeah, I don't know. I've just been practicing German too much. I think it's messing up my English. I can't write a nice letter M or Y. My Y's are very nice. M's are weird. They're a little tricky. It's an annoying letter. You know, I feel like a party wants to blast through it. Too many fucking up and downs. So since I was terrible at handwriting, I tried to make up for it in literature and decent grammar, which is why English was the only subject I got an A in. Oh, that's awesome. I imagine that writing is part of English too. So to get such a good grade in that course, despite kind of having a slight, not handicap, but like having a a factor that works against you, essentially. I don't want to use the word handicap because it makes it sound like something wrong with you, but that's not at all what I'm talking about. Where's that fucking archer? There he is. Get fucking killed!
Retreating. We must pursue.
So my handwriting is so good, but cannot spell on a bloody keyboard to save my life. I spend so much time on my phone, and yet I still make so many typos on it. I can't fluidly text. I feel like that's one of my biggest shortcomings, honestly. Just chatting on Discord is cool. Just listen to the stream while doing other stuff. Nice. We actually had a class in primary school here where they taught you how to type on a keyboard. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you're younger, so I imagine that like when I was in primary school, they were like just starting to put computers into schools. So we didn't and most people didn't really think that anyone would need to learn how to type, really. So there wasn't much of that going on. There were games on the computers that would teach you to type, but mostly we were just playing them because they were a game. But yeah, there was no portion of the day ever focused on typing. I picked up on it pretty quickly. Still remember how happy I was when I could type without looking down. Yeah, totally. I got really good at that because as a teenager I was so socially awkward and quiet and stuff like that that I spent fucking all my time on my computer on MSN Messenger talking to people. MSN groups, MSN Messenger. And so during that time, especially when I was in high school, when I typed it sounded like a machine gun. But I remember at one point I needed to do an elective course in high school and I wanted just an easy pass. So I took a keyboarding class that was just about teaching you to type. And I passed the course with 103%. I remember my teacher during parent-teacher, night, my teacher like said like, oh, I wish I could clone him. Like he's such a good student. He's so good at what he does and stuff. And I remember the glowing praise being something that I used. I knew that she'd have good things to say about me, so I intentionally went to the classes I wasn't doing as well in first with my mom, and then ended it with like all this glowing praise from the keyboarding teacher. I'm pretty good on the phone, terrible on an actual keyboard. Yeah, I'm the exact opposite. MSN was my life. Yeah, totally. That was huge. That was the method of interaction. That was how I wouldn't have had my first girlfriend if it wasn't for MSN. I wouldn't have had the confidence to directly speak with her. Instead, it was just messaging back and forth and eventually admitting we had crushes on each other. Hope I was on my PC playing Counter-Strike. Yeah, that helps for sure, I imagine. Used to be really good, but then didn't have a PC for like 10 years. Oh, yeah. No, lack of practice is huge. Like, I can't type without looking down as much. I can, but I'm a lot slower. So I often, while I'm typing, I'm glancing down constantly. Which is kind of a shortcoming. ashamed as I am these days. It was super toxic back then when I was younger and when playing games. So I had a lot of practice typing out anger in chat. That's the thing, though, is that is part of playing games like Counter-Strike and stuff like that. Toxicity is just, especially at that time, was just part of the game. Soldier of Fortune, Counter-Strike, Quake, like toxicity and internet culture, leet speak and all of that was all just part of the same concept. It hadn't really evolved to the point where like now everyone does those things. It was all just toxic, angry young men. Same with my first boyfriend. What do you think of LGBTQ? I'm just curious what you in the chat thinks about it. I think it's yeah, I'm hugely welcoming of the LGBTQ community. I know tons of people from that community, and yeah, I try to make sure that I've got a welcoming space here. If anybody is being weird and you know, shitty and bigoted in chat, I generally like to show them to the door. We've only had to ban one person for being super shitty. Sometimes just like a big long timeout will kind of let people know not to bring that kind of bullshit here. I am too. I'm gay. Oh, awesome. Sick. Well, yeah, I try to make sure that we have a welcoming community here. Yeah, there's yeah, I mean, hate speech is not a thing that I'm a fan of over here. I'm part of it, baby. Yeah, humanity too. Yeah, I would say quite a noteworthy portion of the community in this channel is part of the community of the LGBTQ community. Oh yeah, fucking sorry, webcam redemptions are a little bit broken right now, so I just have to manually redeem them, unfortunately. See, the problem with Dragon Age Inquisition is that I have my controller enabled, and so keyboard commands simply do not compute, which means that none of my macros work while I'm in the Dragon Age Inquisition window. So if I'm in a different window, then it works just fine, which is a little bit of a problem, and I'm not quite sure how to fix it, unfortunately. This bitch be by? Yes, well, as you know, Kermit the Frog is a big supporter of the LGBTQ community. Bisexual and by myself. Womp womp. Actual mood. That's good. I haven't heard that one. That's really funny. Oh, it's dead? Well, yeah, not dead. I just have to jump over and manually do it. Casually continues to talk about the game. What you talking about? I drive a BMW, bus, metro, walk. Good God. The patrol pattern is not negotiable. Upon any encounter resulting in injuries, mark trail and withdraw to the villa. We must remain in fighting condition to apply appropriate force and keep refugees clear from the area. Yeah, when I first started streaming, I was really nervous about talking at all about any of my beliefs, really. Simply because I thought, well, what if people, like, leave? What if my channel doesn't grow as fast? And I realize now, like, what a dumb thing to think. I think that it's important for people... It's important for people who have bigoted and regressive beliefs to be confronted about them. And it's important to not grow a community for the sake of growing it, but instead to make it the kind of community that you want it to be, even if that means slower growth. And it took me a long time to realize that. So at this point, I'm very comfortable talking about the fact that, yeah, Black Lives Matter, trans lives matter, and it's important to make the LGBTQ community and minorities in general feel welcome here. So that's yeah, that's something that I'm much more willing to talk about now. The buses here are made by Mercedes, so I guess you could say I'd ride in a Mercedes. Dumb but perfectly understandable. Yeah, I suppose so. Hooligan, how you doing tonight, man? I wish I could come out to my parents, but until I'm living away from them, I'm keeping it to myself. That's why I have the internet. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that's a thing, man. That's a thing. It sucks having to sort of straddle that line between sort of being true to oneself and also you know, not fucking having a hostile home environment, right? Because I mean, that can be worse for your mental health. So that's definitely a thing. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I forget about that. I totally forget about that. Right. Yeah, homosexuality being super persecuted. Yeah, that sucks. That's so fucked. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, it probably is better to keep it to yourself. It sucks because like anytime someone is like, I'm thinking about coming out or whatever, I'm always like, absolutely do it, right? You should. But that's coming from someone on the west coast of North America, Canada specifically, right? I mean, federally, gay marriage has been legal here for years, and yeah, it's people like, yeah, people, any kind of minority, whether it's sexuality or ethnicity, have like legal protections. Tried adding the whole dang album. Yeah, that happens. That definitely happens. My dad's one of those I'm not homophobic but people. So this girl's in the closet. Yeah. I know that. I know that one for sure. I have people in my life who are that way. Like very liberal, quote unquote open-minded, but then also, and it's like, I get it, when it comes to boomers, I understand where they're coming from. It's not necessarily just closed-mindedness, but it's also the fact that on the news for quite a long time, there was a lot of talk about the AIDS crisis, and unfortunately, the media's take on it was that it was a thing that was the fault of gay people and was now a big problem that everyone had to worry about, and and that was the narrative, and it's patently false, but that was the era where the news was to be believed. So it's tough, it's tough to undo those beliefs. You have to, I think those people have to slowly understand that people in their lives who they like and know and care about are part of that community, are themselves gay. And then once they start to realize, like, oh really, oh they're gay, hopefully that anecdotal evidence can start to erode what they think are facts that they already know. That's really the only thing that the only cure that I can think of really is that they kind of have to start meeting those people. What's weird is being gay is illegal, but being lesbian is not. Law only applies to men, which is very frustrating. Yeah, that's laws made by men for sure. That's yeah, that's crazy. The same reason that being a lesbian wasn't illegal in Victorian Britain. Being nobody wanted to explain lesbian sex to the Queen. No, I imagine, well, I mean, it might be. I don't know, who knows. I found like sex me as I am. Awesome. I'm really happy to hear that, Shoyo. That's awesome. That's really, really good. That's yeah, that's hopefully fairly common. I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on the part of the world and the people themselves. Usually boils down to men are supposed to make babies with women. So if we're gay, we make no babies. Lesbian women can have IVFs to make babies, something like that. Reagan on the media handed AIDS, HIV fucking awful. Yeah, absolutely. They handed it so terribly that it's a borderline genocide. They yeah, it's insane that the government has not been held responsible for the damage that was done through their handling of the HIV epidemic. It's it's baffling and unethical and should be criminal. What if the gay men donated sperm to all those lesbian women? Babies for everyone. Boom. That's the big brain strat. Jokes on them. I plan to adopt. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Is like that's it, the fact that most countries have a surplus of children that are stuck in the adoption system and the foster system is a reason that they should be promoting things like gay marriage, because that allowing gay people to marry, allowing them to have a family, to adopt, is like, I don't know. I guess it's just fucked that there's a bunch of governments who I think honestly believe like, well, it's better that they just exist in the foster system than have gay parents. And it's like, just angering. That's fucked. I mean, and yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. I'm 2 degrees away from a dude that contracted HIV as a child through a blood transfusion. I know someone who got HIV from a blood transfusion, actually. Not someone I'm super close with, but I don't give a shit if people are shooting drugs or fucking unprotected. People should have been better warned and equipped to deal with AIDS, HIV. Yeah, like I don't know if you've heard in Germany most people tolerate it. Yeah, I think Germany's another place where it's legal, like throughout, like federally, nationally legal. And that's a big step. That's a big step in the right direction. Yeah, AIDS, HIV. There's like there's footage, there's audio at least that I've heard, probably footage as well, of like people on the Senate floor talking about the AIDS epidemic, and just the way that the senators discuss it, like, you know, kind of laughingly and like, well, not like I'm gonna get it, you know, like making jokes about how heteronormative they are. And that, like, well, you know, basically, like, gay people have it coming is really just repulsive. Just fucking terrible. And, yeah, so people weren't warned and equipped because the people in charge of that were also fucking just god-awful. Yeah. I've been attending the LGBT pride rallies here for a few years now. We're all just praying we can get the law repealed. What's important is we got the ball rolling on starting conversation, awareness, and debate. That's awesome. That's really good to hear. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, I mean, hopefully that's on its way. The fact that there are people here online that I can trust and feel open enough to share this with, though, makes it so much better. Awesome. Well, I'm really happy that you know, yeah. I mean, honestly, the internet really is a godsend for people who are kind of, you know, disenfranchised in any way. Like it being able to sort of let that out and not have to just have everything bottled up, because, you know, you do have some sort of outlet, I think is really good. I think it's been very, very helpful to lots of people, but especially from the LGBT community. I really don't get why so many people borderline worship Reagan. Yeah, it's fucking insane. It's insane because he's a Republican deity, you know. He's terrible. He's god awful. Reaganomics is demonstrably false and debunked. And yeah, that's, I don't know, whatever. I'm sure I'm just preaching to the choir, all y'all. I don't think there's a lot of Reagan worshippers, hopefully, in chat at the moment, but yeah, it's fucked. The adoption politics are really fucking gross. Reagan's an entire personality cult. Yeah, totally. Rush Limbaugh as well. Huge cult of personality, and just one of the worst people who lived in the last fucking century. As an orphan myself, I absolutely understand the foster system. I can sympathize with the kids, which is why I'm 100% going for adoption. That's I didn't know that was a thing. I wasn't aware that you were part of that system. Yeah, well, that's cool. I'm happy to hear that that's a thing that you intend to do in the future. The oligarchical wealth that pushed Reagan into politics to exploit his charisma knew what they were doing. Of course. The system is not ignorant. The people who are part of that system are not ignorant. But that'll teach all those poor adopted children to be the gay. Yeah, pretty much. Just started a whole new topic. Yeah, absolutely, show you. No, I'm happy it did. Happy everyone here tolerates LGBTQ. Yeah, not just tolerates. I think it's like, yeah, to be celebrated. You shouldn't be afraid to discuss your self, your like identity. And there's the bug seekers. What? Didn't give it any attention because it wasn't their problem. They totally othered AIDS and HIV. Yeah, I know. It's fucking crazy. The problem for deviants. Yeah, yeah. Such bullshit. Such bullshit. Those people should be in prison. Truly, for crimes against their people. Feel better when I can be myself without the need to fear that someone might not accept me. Yeah. It's crazy, man, for someone to say, for someone to be so afraid of another person simply because of their sexual preferences is fucking nuts. It's like, yeah. I don't know. I can't imagine, like, there's so few parts of our culture that are that regressive. Like, I mean, what about, like, somebody finding out that a person uses, you know, sex toys with their otherwise totally in their super heteronormative relationship? Like, is that the same thing? Is that also to be like feared and ostracized by someone with that kind of mindset? Like, I don't know, like, what's the line? What's the thing that they fear? And I don't know. I just don't get it. I can't wrap my mind around the fundamental underlying belief. What's important here is we need to get younger people into political and government jobs, because as of right now, it's mostly filled with old conservative people, which already have their minds set in stone. Yeah, I think the youngest sitting senator in the United States is 30-something, 35 or something like that. Like, they're in their 30s. And then the oldest, like, there's 3 senators that turned, I think, 87 this year. So it's just like the median age in the US of politicians is like beyond retirement age. Yeah, it's fucking insane. I think that's a problem in a lot of countries, is that people become these lifer politicians, and it's a serious problem. Could someone explain to a non-American who and what Reagan did? How I got into adoption's weird. It's a whole mess of a childhood. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, hopefully... I mean, it seems like it all worked out in the end, at least, right? But, yeah, what Reagan did. Hang on, let me catch up on chat first. Assel had gay friends and then bent the knee to populism to fuck gays over. Yeah, yeah, totally. He was part of Hollywood. He was surrounded by those people. Oh, God, yeah, I know. He was truly just the worst kind of person. A charming figurehead for conservative politics, check. He was formerly a D-list actor, check, and he championed some very regressive economic and social policies that maligned America for decades after, check. Yeah, the echoes of the policies that he implemented are still fucking over the lower and middle class today, like badly, every day. They call them marital aids for a reason in some places. Can't masturbate them with them, but you can use them with your married spouse. That's so crazy. It didn't even occur to me that connotation exists. I just thought of it as like a funny slang term for dildos, and like whatever, sex toys. Bug seekers are people who intentionally seek to collect STIs, commonly variants of HIV. Sometimes because they've gotten themselves into a weird "it's inevitable" mentality. Their entire trading boards for HIV variants. Whoa, that's fucked. I've never heard of that. That's crazy. Yo, Fat Biscuit, how's it going? Thought you need a minimum to be 35 years old to be sitting in Congress. Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't know. Either way, that's insane. Like, the fact they don't have term limits and stuff, the fact that like the average age is like, you know, in your fucking 60s and 70s is just crazy. The fact that most of the people currently deciding policy in some of the richest countries in the world don't know how to use the internet. Like, let that fact sit in. The internet, which has shaped our culture more drastically in the past several decades than anything else, is something that most of the people deciding policy simply don't understand and don't use. That's fucked. When I was born, my mom was still in prison, so I didn't really have a mom growing up. My aunt took care of me. Dad was also pretty non-involved. My mom died. Dad left the country and started another family. So I went to foster care for like a year. My aunt adopted me. She's been your mom since you were 4. That's insane. So your dad left and started a different family and didn't care at all about his previous family? That's insane. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm happy to hear that you did have some family who cared and took you in. Especially when it was like 4 and later, because that's, I mean, at least you did have like a stable parental figure during, you know, most of your formative years. I'm happy to hear that. But that's yeah, that's crazy. That's an unfortunate sort of origin story. Let's leave, unfortunately, because it's 5 a.m. here. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, the topic got fucking heavy. Have an awesome night, Black Roses. You sleep well, and yeah, hopefully I'll see you again soon. So those can be a legit medical thing. Some people need dilators for reasons. Yeah, something that never occurred to me. I think Reagan was showing evidence of Alzheimer's midway through his second term. That might be. I don't know about that specifically. But yeah, Reagan was basically a conservative figure that was, because of the fact that he was an actor for a while, he was very, very charismatic, and so the conservatives loved him. And it was during a time when conservatism wasn't necessarily as terrible as it is now. Like, there weren't you know, generally conservative politicians at that point weren't openly Nazis, for example, Nazi sympathizers and things like that. So, so there were even people, centrists and people on the left and stuff, who were fine with Reagan. But the policies that he pushed through, yeah, were really harmful. So that's sort of the Cliff's notes on him. We're absolutely hating being in foster care, but I'm thankful it only had to be in it for 1 year. Yeah, that's not bad at all. I've known people who spent their entire childhoods in the foster system, and it's such a shitty system. It is so poorly set up and maintained and funded. It's really unfortunate. A ton of older people get their news from Facebook. Yeah, and some of them get it secondhand from people who got it from Facebook too, right? Like, it's some of them don't even use Facebook themselves. Some of them understand Facebook enough, and that's kind of what they think of as the internet. But yeah, I don't know. Just like, there's tons of older people who just fundamentally don't really understand the internet and don't engage in it the way that youth do. Which makes them just inherently out of touch. My dad actually came back to the country with his new family, but he obviously didn't bother to contact me. Dude, what a fucker. What an absolute dickhole. Man, that makes me angry to hear. Your song now, nice. The opening song from the anime you started yesterday. Oh, cool. What anime is that, out of curiosity? Definitely a less toxic era of conservatives. Yeah, less toxic, but still not great, you know? Only found out when I had to get documents from my biological parents to make a passport, and I found out he had a new family and died when I was 14. Oh, wow. Yeah, in the US you'd have been eligible for inheritance. So the fact that he was your biological parent probably makes you eligible for an inheritance anyway. I would imagine pretty much in any country that would be a thing, because you're a biological descendant or whatever, child, biological kid. No inheritance for you because you had a new family. Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure if you were to, like, I don't know, get the law involved, like, technically, legally speaking, I'm sure that you're probably entitled to something. But if he had money, otherwise, I mean, he wants to inherit, you know, sort of some hoarder's junk or whatever. I don't know what, you know, he would have had necessarily, but the anime's called Free Iwatobi Swimming Club. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know Mark got into some of the sort of sports club animes and stuff. He was watching one on the Discord recently. If I'm correct, in his will, everything was going to his new family and kids. Yeah, I guess so. If he did have a will and he outlined exactly where the money was going, I mean that is his legal right, I believe. But yeah, that would probably be a challenging thing to fight without putting a bunch of money into lawyering up. The president of my country published a picture in his social media where he was talking to a Google image of another president. You could see he was in his browser, saying that he was in a meeting via Zoom. Became a meme. That's funny. That's great. What country is that? I don't remember if we talked about that last night, but out of curiosity, I don't know if you're comfortable sharing. But I'm intrigued. If you didn't mention you could make a case that he forgot you and didn't intend to keep you out of it, maybe. That would be a tough argument. Wish an effort for men I didn't care about at that stage. Yeah, totally. But I mean, it's a big fuck you to him and his family. You know, you could try and just get money out of them. Dexterity and cunning seem kind of nice. Sabotage, subterfuge. Whenever you score a crit, you regenerate stamina. That's not bad, I guess. Poisoned weapons. All your sunder and poison effects last longer. Roll a grappling hook at a target. Then yank hard as you leap to pull yourself to it. We don't want that. Don't want to get into melee. Your crits tear through enemy armor, leaving it sundered for a short time. Oh, that's cool. That's a passive. 6 seconds you fuck up a dude's armor. That's actually really good. I might chase that. Potions curdle the blood of your targets. Enemies that die while poisoned explode in a shower of toxic mist. Oh, that's kind of cool too. Throwing blades. You hurl a group of knives at all nearby targets, ripping through their armor and leaving it sundered. That's not great, honestly. But cheap shot's kind of cool. What were those accessories that I have for him? Knockout powder and toxic cloud could be buffed. Whoops. There we go. Knockout powder and toxic cloud. Oh, there's toxic cloud. It's a lot of skill points just to get a thing that could be buffed. And what's knockout powder? Putting enemies sleep is kind of cool, actually. Auto crits on a sleeping target, so you can put a dude to sleep and then get crits against him. That's kind of cool. Some people used to get pissy that I said I despise my father. Honestly, I think I'm justified. Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. Here's my specifically mention anyone you want to keep out of the will. Say to dick douche bagass, I leave $2 only. That is true. I think in most wills it is normal to specifically exclude someone if they would otherwise be entitled. Good point. Ecuador, he's now an ex-president, he's 68. Oh, that's crazy. I don't know much about Ecuador. But that's kind of funny that you had a funny politician for a little bit. And he's I'm the only child. My mom had 2 kids before marrying my dad. And only got me. So I have 2 sets of half-siblings. One from my mom's side and one from my dad. Oh, I see. Right. Funky. But for now, have fun and good luck. See ya. Sounds good, show you. Sleep well, or I don't know, whatever. Enjoy your day. Whatever you're up to. Enjoy it. I don't think I necessarily want any of these abilities. The stealth, the subterfuge ones don't seem that great. Maybe this tree? It's only crits that tear through and sunder. This tree doesn't seem great either. Poisoned weapon seems okay. 8 seconds, 15% of your damage per second. Not too bad. Basically like an attack worth of damage, but spread across 8 seconds. That's actually pretty bad now that I'm looking at it. Oh, you can buff the damage a little bit. Hmm. Damage duration 8 seconds, 25%. So the poisoned weapons are pretty good. And you can get a damage bonus too. Gain health. Yeah, I think I'll grab poisoned weapons. Maybe fighting dirty. Maybe an explosive, but Toxic Cloud doesn't seem very good. So, I don't know, maybe I should prioritize ranged stuff first. Full draw does fucking crazy damage. Let's knocks them out too. Immobilized. Oh, I want that. Boom. Alright. Super strong attack that immobilizes a motherfucker. My half-sister from my mom's side used to take care of me a lot when I was growing up. We used to be very close. Now she's in prison for drug distribution. Oh, that's unfortunate. Were they even good drugs, or like, what are the laws for marijuana in Singapore? Sorry, blanked on the name. Weed is absolutely illegal. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's crazy. I'm one of the few people in my family that hasn't gotten in hot water with the law one way or another. Maybe that way. She distributed cocaine. Damn. I mean, hopefully she had a decent living. That's usually quite lucrative. I still have the Walkman she gave to me to help me sleep as a kid. I use it often, but it's there. Aw, that's fucking adorable. Lasts longer, or hmm. I'm gonna make his barriers last longer. I guess maybe I could throw more passives on him by delving into the other trees. Get more stats. Magic, willpower, magic, willpower. Extra barrier bonus. Maybe that's worth doing. I don't think I'm gonna delve into ice, but maybe fire. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll just specialize them in spirit. Big thing my your mom used to push on you while growing up is to not be like your sisters. Luckily for them, your social anxiety means you never mix with the wrong crowd. Well, that works well. If talking to people in general makes you uncomfortable, then you'll never talk to the really sketchy people. Big brain strats. Mirror stares back hard.
We don't need any heroes on this operation. We're being paid to keep things quiet and keep trade away from the East Road. When reasonable, allow targets to flee and spread word of the danger in the area. When such is unreasonable, kill all targets regardless of colors flown.
Alright. Is this a structure? Can I go into this? Or is this just like a... just a cool looking column? Okay. Am I going in the correct way? Ubisoft released a new Rocksmith game. I'm interested in it, but unfortunately I don't have my bass guitar anymore. Someone I know, a streamer I know, got it heavy into Rocksmith a while back, and has been playing it just a shitload. Oh my god, Jesus. Thanks, random. Oh, I think, there we go. Rocksmith's great for learning instruments and songs. Yeah, it seems that way. It seems like quite a legitimately useful resource. Nice, quest completed. Kind of hard finding streams for it because Twitch is DMCA and copyrighted songs. Oh, right. Oh, Jesus, that's so fucked. Yeah, I guess you basically have to stream it and just never, just auto-delete all your VODs, or, auto-delete all game volume, but, like, that's kind of stupid. Like, what's the point in saving a VOD if there's no fucking audio when you're doing a Rocksmith stream? Oh, I see. I only just realized recently that, when items show up on your minimap, when you use the search feature, when you use the search feature, that the items that you can hear get pinged show up on your minimap. That's something I only recently realized.
So, set up camp or keep moving?
Yeah, we'll make a camp here now. I was waiting for that. Same goes for Guitar Hero. I love seeing people great at Guitar Hero absolutely destroy the hardest songs, but again, DMCA, yeah. It's fun to hit with the DMCA. I like getting hit with the DMCA. Preliminary digs have been more than successful. Yo, Sir Spoonplant with a raid. Welcome on in. Welcome, 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 raiders. Let me get you a shout out here. Sir Spoon. Twitch more like snitch. I know, DMCA is rough.
You are fucked.
Hey. Always nice seeing a Dark Souls highlight. How's your night going? Yo, Stroyer, dude, I was literally just referring to you when I was Lord Humanity mentioned Rocksmith, and I was just saying that that you've been crushing it with Rocksmith lately. You've been playing it a ton and like getting super good. Good evening from the Dark Souls land of Sir Spoonplant. How y'all doing tonight? Yeah, welcome in, Raiders. We are hanging out, playing some Dragon Age Inquisition tonight. We also have song requests on, so if you guys want to listen to some specific tunes, throw them on in. At the moment, we're listening to Flux Pavilion, a request from Shoyo. Yeah, feel free to add some tunes to the queue. Thank you so much for the follow, Sir Spoon. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we've been playing through the entire Dragon Age trilogy. So I played through Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, and I'm now on to Inquisition. I'm quite early on in Inquisition. I beat the prologue, and now I'm in the first area. I'm still like learning some mechanics. What else? Last night we did Fallout Friday. Tomorrow we've got Skyrim Sunday, and every other the other 3 days that I stream, we are rocking Inquisition. So those are the games I've been playing. It's pretty much all RPGs all the time. But I'm a huge Soulsborne fan, Sir Spoon. You know, I've got the Solar emote as my tier 2, and I think my 1 year stream anniversary, and my last birthday, I did crowd control Dark Souls streams, and oh my god, so fun, so fun. Those are literally some of the most fun streams I've done. The fucking crowd control Dark Souls is so enjoyable. He's been carrying me through Dark Souls. Oh, nice, that's cool. Which ones have you played so far? Like each of you, Sir Spoon and Stroyer. I'm curious what which games you've gone through. I at this point I've played every Soulsborne game on stream. So I've streamed Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, then Demon's Souls, the original on PS3. Then I started trying to find just Souls-likes. So we played like Code Vein and The Surge. Yeah, started to sort of almost yeah, I feel like we're sort of running out of started running out of, sorry, I'm really distracted. This particular track, unfortunately, I'm gonna skip this particular track just because it's like non-stop talking. That is, it makes it really hard to think and talk. Sorry. That said, I'm a huge fan of Bo Burnham. I'm really looking forward to seeing his new special. I haven't watched it yet. But yeah, that was a little bit too distracting. Yeah, fuck. I don't know. I don't remember what I was saying anymore. Still waiting for PS5 stocks to equalize so I can get Demon's Souls. Yeah, man, I don't know. PS5, it's like there's like 2 games for it, you know? It's going to be a long time before I feel like it's going to be worth it for a PS5, for me at least. I'm very frugal though, so. You did 1 and you're doing 3 at the moment. Nice. Those are both good. It's a shame you skipped 2. I really strongly recommend playing 2 before 3 personally. Because it's kind of hard to go back. 2 is a lot slower than Dark Souls 3. You know, as the games went on, they got a lot more fast and fluid, and so it can be tough to go back to when they're a little bit more clunky. But I love the entire trilogy. Honestly, I think that Sekiro is probably the best Soulsborne game mechanically, in my opinion. It just has everything that I want. Like it's every mechanic in it is, I think, the best version of that mechanic. But my god, that final boss. Whew. Just DS3. Oh, crazy. So have you beaten it before, and now you're rocking it with Stroyer, carrying him through? I just want a Bloodborne remaster, honestly. Really, already? I feel like Bloodborne isn't really old enough for a remaster. You know, like it makes sense to remaster Demon's Souls because it's from 2 consoles ago. But remastering a game that's like, I mean, it still looks fucking great, you know? Like, even for the PS4, it looks really good. The aesthetics of Bloodborne, I think, are one of the best parts of it. I wish I liked it a little bit more mechanically, but just beat it today, helping him catch up. Nice, that's awesome. How deep into it are you guys? Bloodborne's capped at 30 FPS, that's my main gripe. I guess, I don't know. I literally didn't notice. Like, I don't know. But I'm not at all, like resolution and frame rate and shit like that don't matter at all to me until they're like, unless they're so bad that it's really noticeable, you know? Bloodborne's so good. It is, like, much of it is very amazing, but there's something about it where I don't really want to go back to it. You know, there's, chunks of the game that I found were like kind of annoyingly hard. They didn't really feel like the normal kind of like, oh, once you get better at it, it's easier. Like there's just parts that feel almost irritatingly unfair. That was something that bugged me a little bit about it. I'm fine with 30 FPS. What I'm not fine is inconsistent 30 FPS. The game drops below 30 in a lot of places, especially in big boss fights. Make playing with flash shooting. I don't know. I didn't notice. I did not notice at all. But I don't know. I played it using remote play, so I was playing it in 720, and I thought it looked great. Super dug that game. But yeah. Once I was done, I was like, whew, okay, I'm done with that. I'm not going back. I feel the same way about, about
Nothing to report, sir.
it's called Sekiro. Loved Sekiro, but once I was done, I was like, thank goodness. I don't want to go and play that again. I do think the blocking and parry mechanic in Sekiro is my favorite from any Soulsborne. Like Sekiro a lot, but Bloodborne has me reeled in due to the aesthetic, design, and story. Yeah, the aesthetic is very cool. Yeah, the aesthetic and design I really dig. The story I couldn't tell you. I get that blood's a big part of it. I don't know. What the fuck is this? What is this valley? Whoa, whoa. Level 12. Oh, this is gonna be tough. Oh, is that a fucking... Dude! Oh, the dragonlings are being defended by a fucking dragon. Okay, I'm gonna save before I go in there. I'm definitely gonna die, but I want to see how fucked I get. I'm intrigued now. Yeah, we also, for those who just arrived, we play Stream Raiders around here, which is a little mini game. Every half hour I fire off the next battle. Super addictive. Feel free to get in on the next battle if you like. I'm hoping I can get a PS5 before Elden Ring releases, because my PS4 is definitely on its last legs. Ah, that's too bad. Yo, TAS Agent, it's good to see you. Okay, hang on, hang on. Goodbye. Hurt. Tell. Hang on. It took me... Desert. Took me a second to look at it. I was like, I almost said dessert. Lie. Gonna. Oh my god. Okay, I'm this deep into the redemption when I realized what you did. Dude, Mark, thank you so much for the gift sub to TAS Agent. I really appreciate that. Thank you, man. Give. Run. Never. Say. Make. Around. Cry. Let. Never. Gonna. Give. You. Up. Never. Gonna. Let. You. It's been down, more fun. Never. Not gonna reading. Run. What the redemption is before I desert. Before I start plugging in the words. Never. Gonna. Make. You. I don't want my knowledge of never. It to affect what gonna, I say. Say. Goodbye. Never. Gonna. I had your PS4 tell, since 2014. Lie, that is a long ass time. And. Dude. Hurt. You. I got mine probably 3 years after they came out. Whenever that was. Oh, I got it since I've been streaming. So. More than 3 years after they came out. Years and years after they came out. I've only been streaming for 2 years as of like whatever 2 weeks ago. So I got a PS4 like I don't know, I think a year and a half ago or something. Yeah, thanks for making the bot. Totally. Thanks for sharing it too. That's why I randomized the order. Yeah, I know. I've noticed that. I love that. I think that's a really, really intelligent decision. That's intelligent design. How's it going, Entropy? So don't place any units on the left or the right, please. I'm gonna put some do not place things over there. Boop. But just don't put any units over on these left or right most islands. Try and leave everything just in the middle. And then what happens is all of the opposing units all head to the nearest unit. So they're all going to get lured in by our army being here. And that is the strat for this particular battle. It's worked really well in the past. So let's keep it going. Boop. Oh my gosh. Okay, hang on. I see there's a redemption. Me? Another. Playing. Who? No. Disguised. Dude. Me? I. No. Who? I. Am. I'm. A. Dude. Playing. A. Dude. Disguised. As. Another. Was that dude? Tropic Thunder, right? Redonkulous. That's all right, I suppose. And you, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I actually had kind of a shitty day today, but I'm feeling, yeah, much better now. I was really excited to get to, you know, just chilling with chat and gaming and finding a way to salvage the day, which has been, yeah, it's been really nice. Okay, that's a problem. Okay, that's a problem. Okay, alright. That's about what I expected. That's about what I expected. That's fucking crazy. I'm gonna head out. Hope you have a good stream. Yeah, cheers, Serp Spoon. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate that. We'll catch you soon. Hopefully you got your socials associated with your Twitch account. I always like to give folks a little shout out for raids. You're Robert Downey Jr. now. Yeah, I get that a lot. Glad you're feeling better. I had a bad day too, but a nice long walk helped. Oh man, that's huge too. Yeah, big walk, a little bit of exercise, a little bit of the D. That'll always help. Yeah, TPK. That's my first TPK, but I knew it was about to happen. I saved intentionally because I was like, I just want to see how badly we get fucked by this dragon, and we got as fucked as I expected. We'll maybe try and go there another time. The D. Everybody needs a little of the D in their lives, right? We are the D, we are the D, we are the D, we are the D. The most important vitamin. Playing Pillars of Eternity, I had to get used to the fact that spells have limited uses until you rest in the game. There's no such thing as mana, which was a big adjustment for me. Yeah, that's a throwback to older editions of D&D. I mean, it's actually part of the current D&D having spell slots, but older editions would have, like, let's say you had 4 spell slots that you could have like first level spells in. You had to specifically say, okay, I'm gonna memorize this one spell like 3 times and then this other spell once or whatever. So you had to like lock in each individual spell slot. Whereas in modern D&D, instead you have a pool of spells that you know, and you can cast them using those spell slots until you run out of spell slots. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's the difference. I think 93 degrees with no wind, tad bit hot. I don't know freedom units. I'm only familiar with Celsius. So that doesn't really mean anything to me, but I understand tad bit hot, so I essentially know what temperature it was. Get fucked by my magic, my friend. Where are you? There you are. Oh, get wrecked.
One down.
Cool mages look away from explosions, you know? I cast the killing spell and then just walk away. I know it'll nuke them. You mean I can't spam my niggas nuke spells? Yeah, pretty much. I really like that concept, though, of kind of micromanaging your spell slots, as long as a spellcaster has other contingencies. You have to also be somewhat capable with, like, a fucking, you know, a dagger or staff or something. 33.8. Oh, that is very, very warm. Free dome units. I think it's wild that you guys still use freedom units. There's like 6 countries in the world that use them, and they're like really, really small countries, except the US. Nearly 34, according to Dr. Google. How's it going, Turtles? How's your evening treating you? Oh, get fucked, Ram. Oh my god, pillar in my way. Grab this elf root, and then harvesting it while falling. Perfect. Oh. Templar Knight, Templar Defender. Okay. Let's shock them both. Yeah. And then you get paralyzed. I thought Canada would have used freedom units. I'm from Australia. No, no. It's only the US and then like, oh man, what are the other countries? Like, Palau and I think the Bahamas. Yeah, I don't know. There's just like, there's just a few countries. Not many. Yeah, how you doing, Taro? By the way, Pillar of Eternity does well as you also get spells that recharge per encounter. So even if you run out of big spells, you have ones that you can use every encounter. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's almost like a short rest or long rest concept, like 5th edition D&D uses. The sort of the current incarnation of D&D. Oh, I kind of missed a shard. I just realized I should go back and get that before I progress any further in this direction. The shard's like right there. I kind of walked past it. Aussie mostly uses metric. Yeah, Canada technically uses mostly metric. However, the trades use imperial, which means that like it is kind of more common to like measure a lot of things in imperial units. But like we use liters, kilometers and things like that. But then you also have like, you know, you have feet and inches. So yeah, it's kind of strange. It's like a hybrid here. We bought a new car. New job means new car, right? Oh, that's awesome. That's super exciting. What kind of car? What did you get? USA, Burma, a few others. Yeah, there's 6, I think, in total. And they're very small. Like, you know, compared to kind of the big countries. Thankfully, it works the same way with the priests, because I don't know what I would do if all my healing spells were limited per rest. Yeah, that is punishing, and that's D&D. D&D is pretty rough that way. But then there's other abilities that can allow you to heal in modern D&D. In old school, like even in 3rd edition, so like, I don't know, whatever, a decade ago, or I guess more than that now, but whatever. The sort of the standard, not that long ago for D&D was, it was really, really hard to heal. It was fucking brutal. It was very, very punishing to take damage. Not too bad. Made some scones earlier, and now just playing some FF11. You got great vibes. Well, thank you, Taro. I really appreciate that. Scones are nice. I like a good scone, or scone perhaps, depending on where you're at. Yeah, I appreciate the kind words. I really love the chanter class in Pillars. It's like a cooler bard. Oh, that's kind of neat. BRB, need some coffee. Cafe. Yeah, do it up. A 2020. Well, that is new. Hyundai Kona. Wow, that's exciting. I heard monks in D&D were pretty broken or something. It depends. I don't think they're broken. Monks are cool though. At higher levels, they get a lot of attacks. They make unarmed attacks. They do neat things. But no, I would say broken. There's no single class that I personally think is inherently broken. What there are is there are some classes that are when they multi-class, they're almost broken. Like, so in other words, you take like you know, 1 or 2 levels in, you know, wizard or whatever, and then you also take 1 level in, you know, something else, and that can be broken. That can be overpowered, like truly overpowered. However, yeah, the only single class that I would say is kind of bordering on OP would be a druid. I think druids are kind of straddling that line. They have access to like the best healing spells in the game. Then they can also turn into a beast that like mauls and destroys things. So they're just fucking chaos in combat. And then they're also they've also got all kinds of really powerful utility spells like that allow the whole party to become basically invisible and stuff like that. Where do I go to close this fucking thing? Do I have to climb up? Oh, I can close it from here. Okay. It was odd to me because the recipe I found to make these, it's an American baker and she calls them biscuits. Interesting seeing slight differences in countries, even drastic differences. Yeah, I find, I think Australia is very similar to Canada in a lot of ways. So that's kind of helpful in watching Australian like comedy and stuff like that. I think it translates really well. It's pretty similar to the UK as well. I mean, I think most of the folks who are in Australia did effectively, you know, descend from folks from the UK, so the culture has a lot of overlap there as well. So like I think Australian comedy, I translated, I comedy is like my go-to, kind of my first love. So I think of everything as being compared, you know, like how well does the comedy translate for me is like how similar are the countries. And yeah, I think that's one that we've got a lot in common with. Australian comedy? Yeah, like Sam Simmons is a really funny motherfucker. Auntie Donna, the comedy troupe. There's things like Wizards of Oz is like an Australian comedy miniseries that I love. I think it's really, really well done. Pardon me. I don't know, what's some Australian comedy that I would recommend? I mean, Auntie Donna is huge. Or that, like, comedic sensibility, that, like, sketch comedy weirdness. Kath and Kim, not familiar with them. I know, The Catering Show, Kate McClellan and Kate McCartney have a YouTube miniseries called The Catering Show that is really clever, like, really, really fucking clever, in my opinion. And they then did another show called Get Crackin', that's like a parody of a morning show, and the idea is it's like they're trying to cater to an international audience, so they have to start their morning show at like an ungodly hour, and I don't know, it's just it's silly. It's bordering on like Tim and Eric type sketch, you know. It's very, very silly, but it's good. What do you think about dark comedy? Good dark comedy is great. Dark comedy can also just be kind of like an excuse to be disrespectful, which I'm not as wild about. Like, you know, I don't know, some people who are like, oh, I only like edgy humor, really are just trying to say, oh, I only want, like, to hear racism and sexism, you know, like, so I don't know, it depends, like, good dark comedy, though, absolutely fucking huge. Big fan. Chanters can chant 3 phrases. Each phrase can be switched out, almost like a spell. Every sentence gives a buff or debuff. Once all 3 phrases are chanted, you can use an invocation, which is support-oriented, but sometimes offensive. It has unlimited uses per encounter and rest, but is balanced out with the fact that you need to wait until all phrases are chanted to use. Oh, that's a cool mechanic. I like that. I'm trying to think of if anything exists in D&D that's similar to that, and I don't think it really does. There's nothing where you kind of have to do it all in parts. That's kind of unique. Bo Burnham's a good example of dark humor. Yeah, I suppose so. I wouldn't consider his humor dark, really, honestly. I would say it is kind of scathing. It's social commentary. But it's not dark humor. I mean, he has some jokes that are dark, but, like, any good comedian should have, like, you know, some jokes that are slightly dark. Like, I don't know, you shouldn't... I don't know. Yeah. The phrase dark comedy is something I'm wary of, but I like good comedy. Totally agree. It can be good, but it can be abused. Yeah, absolutely. I just like good comedy. I think if something has to be defined as like, well, it's this comedy or it's that comedy, it's like, it's probably not that great, you know? But yeah, I don't know, comedy that happens to touch on darkness is like, that's what comedy is. Comedy is a reflection of society. And so, if it's not going to touch at all upon anything dark, then it's probably being a little bit dishonest. What's that little spot on the ground? E3 Conference also revealed the new Bard trailer for the D&D MMO they have. Neverwinter. I don't know, I don't play MMOs. Yeah, neither do I. I'm not familiar. Neverwinter Nights is the name of their MMO? They just used the name of a pre-existing game?
Want me to handle that?
Yes, please, just do it. What do you mean? Why are you asking? Nice. The staff in there. A hard liquor that is not so much served as it is brandished. Coarse and indifferent, it is to your taste, or it is not. That's oddly worded. I get it. It is grammatically correct, but that's strangely worded. The failing is yours if you cannot raise or lower to the challenge of a distiller told not to. Bethesda and Xbox tomorrow, again in the wee hours of the morning for me. Oof. Are you gonna stay up for them, or what's your plan there? Oh, wow, you can just keep traveling north to Redcliffe. That's crazy. Down. Maybe I should keep traveling north until I get like a camp unlocked so that I can come back if I need to. Can like fast travel somewhere near here. Might as well. E3 is so American oriented. I wish they made some considerations for the rest of the world. Yeah. Yeah. Totally. I feel that way about pretty much every industry. I think it's very, very American oriented. That's just kind of... That's just, I don't know, considered the default by a lot of people for whatever reason. The game industry, especially, leans that way. Also China, though. But I imagine...
most of your time in the Fade?
As much as is possible.
With a degree of censorship
Fade
there,
contains a wealth of knowledge for those who know where to look.
Sure.
they might not be able
I
to
don't
just
know how
sort
you
of watch...
dream, let alone wander around in there. Especially when the shit that comes out of the Fade
sort of unedited
seems
version of
pretty cranky.
So are
E3,
humans,
who knows?
But we continue to interact
Things are pretty wild over there.
when we must.
Why did it just say low
The village
health?
is off limits. There's been too much fighting between Templars and mages. Take it elsewhere.
Apparently they're separate things? Weird. What are separate things?
We're not with the Templars or the mages. We're agents of the Inquisition.
An elf? Sure you are. And I'm the Empress of Orlais.
That's funny. Wow. I have to prove that I'm part of the Inquisition. It's weird that I don't have something with me that states that I am already. They did make considerations for the rest of the world. They upload the VODs to all the websites. Oh, I guess that's a thing. Oh, sure, that's a good idea. I forgot this comedian's name, but she discussed how some common phrases the mothers say to their children in India be considered borderline abusive. Which is interesting and funny how she pointed out that dark aspect. Kind of shows we're all human. Yeah, I suppose so. I think in a lot of countries there's less...
Easiest way not to trouble, isn't it? The gate stays shut until I get
like the culture toward
move along.
sort of what you can do or say to children is very different,
Andraste
for
protect
sure.
you, traveler.
Yeah, I mean, Son and I err much more on the sort of treating your child as like a sort of person and an equal in a lot of ways, and I think that that is a very new style of parenting and isn't very popular in a lot of the world yet. It is a very Western approach, I think. I watch the VODs at that point when I can just get to a news site to get the quick rundown. Watch live and you wait for tomorrow and get a quick rundown. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's part of the feeling of being sort of included in it or whatever.
Between Templars and mages. Take it elsewhere.
Insufficient.
Yeah, I know you already said that. Until most parents love their kids, just what they say could be like, wow. Yeah, totally. Rather watch it live, it's understandable. Those two thumbs just cycled home in the rain. I don't know, I'll let chat guess first. Need to watch a lot of streamers now. I can watch their VODs, but I still do. Well, I mean, with streamers, it's an interactive medium. So you can't interact with them when you're watching VODs. E3 isn't interactive, but I get what you're saying. I mean, it's like, it's fun. It's kind of fun to feel like, you know, you're in on it. You get an exclusive kind of early sneak peek or whatever. I think that's a very common thing to want. That's a normal normal concept. Come drip on rocks. Also had the alarm go off because of the stupid balloons. Oh, balloons moving around that head office brought and causing the motion sensor to go off. That's annoying. Rooms actually interact with you, E3 doesn't. Watch it live. Yeah, totally. No, I completely understand that. Yeah, I think knowing it's live is a big part of the experience for many people. Otherwise, why would they do it live? I mean, obviously, that's the point. To work with one of our worst workers, not as much got done. Oh, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. I want whatever that is. Embrium. I'm imagining that's a little bit more rare because of how it's growing in kind of a unique spot. Oh, right. I'm heading down here. Okay. Actually, we're gonna have a Gamescom here in Singapore in 2020, but then COVID happened. Oh, pff, yeah, of course, that probably fucked up everything. Yeah, no, I think seeing things live is a big part of the experience for lots of people. For sure. I can understand it. That's what exclusives are about. It's just there's a feeling of exclusivity that people like, especially gamers. People who are like achievement hunters and stuff. Discovered a new area. Twitch drops. Ubisoft forward at Twitch drops, which I wouldn't have gotten if I wasn't there. You do have Rock's exclusivity, it's true. Yeah, Twitch drops seem like a cool little side benefit of of those sorts of events. What is this? Is there any way for me to, like, interact with it? Okay. Let's hit this spot. The little ice runes on the ground don't, like, go off or anything. That's good. I hope there will be more stealth games that are announced in the upcoming E3 panels. I've certainly been needing new ones. I do love a good stealth game. Yeah, there aren't enough out there. I conquer.
They did not want us to dream because they knew we would dream of the truth, of power, of the weakness in the world that will let us break it and forge it anew. We are the chosen ones, we who have the power to enact change in this world and the world will to see it through. We've conquered the circles. We will conquer the Templars. Come with us to the Witchwood. None who have the power of the Fade at their hands will be turned away.
Come on. There we go. What would be your favorite stealth game? I would say the Metal Gear Solid series. Metal Gear Solid 3 in particular. Although 5 was also fucking spectacular. Probably be it. That said, I absolutely love Hitman. Yeah, it's a tough one. I played every single Hitman game, except once I got to Hitman and Hitman 2, like the new Hitman and Hitman 2, where they released them like in chapters, each is their own DLC and stuff like that. I haven't played those yet. I feel like it's a very predatory business model that I don't agree with, but at the same time, I did eventually wait until Hitman, you know, released all the chapters together for like a reasonable price, and so I have picked them up. So I'll probably go ahead and play that at some point. I've got it on my backlog. That would be either Deus Ex Human Revolution or Ghost Recon Wildlands. The Ghost Recon doesn't really appeal to me personally, just conceptually. So I haven't played it, and I like the Deus Ex setting, but I don't think the games are that great, unfortunately, just mechanically. But yeah, other than that, I mean, I mostly concur. What we got? We've got 31 people in this battle. That's awesome. 31 is a sort of breaking point for the next tier of rewards, so that's good. I'm sad that there's a unit right here, because that kind of fucks up my whole plan, but as long as these live for a while, we should be okay, hopefully. It's tied between Hitman 2, Splinter Cell, Metal Gear Solid 3, or Dishonored. Yeah, I never got into the Splinter Cell games. I remember playing them at a friend's place on like Xbox or whatever and finding that they controlled really clunkily. I didn't enjoy it at all. It was a much older game, so, you know, they've probably gotten a lot better since then, but I did not enjoy it. And I don't know, just Splinter Cell and Tom Clancy stuff in general. I just don't... I'm not big on the theme of kind of like the mythologizing the American military. You know, I just feel like there's just so many goddamn games that do that. I'm kind of tired of the setting. But yeah, that said, I don't know. There's, you know, a good game is a good game. I'll play any game that's good. I just haven't checked out that one. I think that's sort of the thing I'm thinking. You know what we actually want even more of now that I'm looking at this is we just need more tanks. We need so many tanks for this. For this particular map. Because we just need to stop this behemoth from slaying everything, and so we just need tons and tons of hit points in its way. That's the trick for this map. 69 allies, nice. Sorry, work suck. Drinking a stiff wine. That's always a good way to go. I find the protagonist insufferable. In which game? Aside from Pillars of Eternity, I've also been playing some Just Cause 3. Yeah, Just Cause is kind of fun just for being like a silly, over-the-top action, like, kind of game. I like that you get a hook shot in it. It's you know, kind of reminiscent of Zelda games because of that, but then it's also just like totally crazy in its own thing. Kind of a fun one. Guess I might as well go through there. Sure, I would have some wine. Pillars of Eternity is the best game. Hey, there we go. Yeah, Pillars of Eternity is one that I'd like to play at some point. I just haven't. But yeah, that's definitely on my list. The wingsuiting is very satisfying, most definitely. Just Cause 3 was the one that had not wingsuit but parachutes, didn't it? No, that was Just Cause 2. That's right. Just Cause 2 had you just like pulled a parachute out of your ass constantly, and then the hook shot. What happens if Sonnet's also in the frame? Does it double Smurf? No, the Smurf one doesn't double up, unfortunately. Yeah, sorry, it took a sec for the redemption to go off, Noob Boomer. Unfortunately, the redemptions while I'm playing Inquisition don't work because they function due to the fact that it's a macro. Each of the webcam redemptions is its own macro, and they don't work when Inquisition is the active window. Because I'm playing with a controller, presumably, which is really annoying. I wish they worked all the time. It's silly that keyboard commands won't work, just are completely ignored by like every program while Inquisition is the active window. I don't think that makes any sense at all, personally, but boop. There you go. Every week the person... Oh, that's my message. That's the message about the contest that's going on.
Did you believe the Conclave could achieve peace, Cassandra?
I had hope, as did we all.
The Templars
let
went
me
to war
move
to
this
force
window a
mages
little bit.
back into their circles, which the mages would
There
never
we go.
agree to. What solution
bow.
would Divine Justinia have offered when all sides rejected compromise?
The war was going
Yeah, some of the
nowhere for
webcam
either
redemptions
side. That they
work with
went
2 people in
rogue
frame,
when they realized it.
but I'm
Or
like,
believe the other side
I don't
would
know.
relent?
We shall never know now.
80% sure that the Smurf one does not. Just cause 3 have both the parachute and the new wingsuit? In fact, the DLC gives you a jetpack upgrade for your wingsuit? Huh. Well, I have not played that one then, I don't think. I think I've only played Just Cause 2, now that I think about it. I played a lot of it. Search for the apostate stronghold, eh? Okay. Ooh. Treasure. My only issue with it is the terrible driving. Like, I barely drive to begin with in the game, but the challenges in the game that require you to race cars to get skill points. That is most unfortunate. I think I figured out where the apostates are. It's either that symbol on my minimap, or it's where those enemies are. That's why tonight's stream called This May Take a While, because this game is long? Yes, because this... because I'm still in the first area. And this is my, like, 3rd stream. Text to rocks. Let's do this. Aviation. Laws. Way. No. Fly. Able. Rock. According. Should. There. According to all known laws of aviation, there is no way a rock should be able to fly. You do have a point. That is a very good point. A very long game. So what I've decided to do is to try not to explore every little nook and cranny and pick up every single fucking item. But so far I'm failing a little bit at that. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, I'm grabbing things that are on the way, you know? I almost installed a mod last night that makes it so the bending over to pick up items animation is basically skipped. I probably should have now that I think about it. That's weird, there's 2 landmarks so close to each other. I haven't seen that before. Wish I had that 6th sense that will highlight all items near me in real life. Helps me find the keys I lose. Yeah, totally. Sonnet's the same way. I actually got her some little like GPS tags to put on her wallet and keys and stuff for Christmas, because she has that same issue. You can get your butt out of the hinterlands and come back later if you want, just because I did the exact same thing. Are there other missions that are going to take place here later, or is it just like I can leave and then I could just come back if I want kind of thing? Because I just figured I'd do all the quests that were here, but maybe I shouldn't. A greater terror. Okay, well, let's beat the shit out of it. There we go. Fuck you, buddy, I know magic. Enhanced Amulet of Magic. Okay. Sick. Staves, eh? Ooh, extra cunning. Thank you for the wine, sweetie. Through the door, floating in a peculiar way. Ooh, that's nice. You sure the answer to one is always yes? Correct. Generally. It would highlight too much shit, you'd go crazy. Well, it's only when you use it, though. But yeah, I guess there are fucking objects and items everywhere. GPS tags, Jesus. Well, I don't know, she would, you know, lose her wallet and keys quite often. It's always hard for her to find them. There's other stuff that'll come out later in here. Wine achieved, all hail wine. What's the wine tonight? I can't believe that's too soon. Yeah, I'm not sure how many seconds it is. Oh, a new text to rocks. Hang on. Viagra. Hang on. Viagra. Hard. What is this? Oh my god. God damn it, Mark. Rocks in your orifices. Rocks in my dryer. Rocks in my dryer is brought to you by Viagra. Get rock hard. Rocks in your orifices. There you go, you degenerate. You happy now? So she uses one-handed blades. This has a higher level, much higher damage, but a lower DPS. Higher armor pen. Higher chance of attack. I think I'm going to equip it. Slightly lower DPS, but it just seems like it's better in pretty much every other way. Yeah, just equip that. Do it up. More cunning. It's a shame there's no button that just marks all items as, like, viewed. You know what I mean? Oh, another one. She. Everything. Sex. Modern sonnet. Without. Wife. Don't. Her. Amazing. Flushed. Sex. Flushed. 3. I love my amazing wife. Modern sonnet. She is my everything. And I don't know what I would do without her. 3. Wow. Well, there you go. You can clip that, immortalize those words here whenever you like. Do all of your skins have rock heads? Yeah, so there are every 25 bosses, I believe, that you beat in the game, you earn another head skin. So we've beaten 349 bosses. This will be 350. This will be our next head skin unlock. That's funny. So every 25 bosses, which means I've got 4, 8, 12, 13 different head skins. And so there's one head design, and then it gets unlocked for a new unit every single time we beat 25 more bosses. So we're just about to unlock it for another unit. So that'll be fun. And so yes, there's a bunch of them, but not all of the skins are rock heads. We have 2 other skins, which well, I could show you in game here, but this is one of them. The Twilight King has thrown down. That's our Buster, and then we also have a new tank. Which is, I think only myself and Mark own, so I doubt it's on the battlefield right now. Yeah, I don't think it's anywhere. But yeah, we've actually got 2 full skins where we get to overhaul the entire look of the whole thing. Oh my god, my nose is super itchy. Cab Franc, that explains why I liked it so goddamn much. Love a Cab Franc. Question is 25 when you get an affiliate or in general? No, it's in general. So the moment that I hit affiliate, I actually got all 13 of my head skins unlocked at one time. And then they were released like 3 each week until they were all in rotation. Whoa. Oh, she's not level 6. Damn. Oh, that's almost a shame. I like how skimpy her current armor is. So when we go and put her into this heavy ass armor, she's gonna look very different. +5 magic. Oh shit, I'll take that. Enhanced Caltrops ring. Oh, okay. Dude does have Caltrops, so we'll put that on Varric. And then some crit chance. Yeah, I think that's looking good. Awesome, cheers, so much head. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've got some real skin in the head game. It's about to be 3 minute 30 seconds? What? Have you seen the animation of the tank skin in the store? No, I haven't, I don't think. I'll check it out. Recraft it with better materials. What, her current army you mean, or? I like that your skins are copyright safe. Yeah, totally. I didn't go with anything super, yeah, that borrows too heavily from pre-existing stuff. There's the big old tank. I love the swinging with the absinthe bottle. I'm happy with how that turned out. It's not bad. It's not as good as the dryer, I don't think, but it's not bad. I'm so happy with the dryer. I really, really like it. I want the next skin, I think, to be an artillery that is another dryer. I think that's going to be the way to go. All right, let's get rid of all the fade rifts. Feel like that rock be abusing that liquor? No, it's the liquor will be fine. It's a very resilient bottle. Is there no in-game music? There is. I just found that a lot of it is just kind of like generic game music. So it wasn't particularly interesting or anything. I ended up turning it down. I found it was really repetitive in some areas as well. Enhanced spinning blades ring. What is spinning blades? Is that an ability he has? Probably not, right? Because that would be a like a dagger ability, I'm assuming. Now that I think about it. Yeah. Okay. Damn, I didn't find the witches. Go. So I guess the apostates are just like kind of randomly here and there all throughout the forest. Was that a crit? Is that the reason that it, like, slowed everything down for a second there? I honestly don't know. Apostate stronghold, eh? I don't know, I feel like I've been through most of the fucking area now at this point. Oh, is this it? Yeah, there is. There is in-game music. Just, didn't stand out at all. It's actually not muted. I haven't muted the in-game music. I just turned it down.
Look at this. The apostates have gone mad with power.
The
Oh, shit.
Templars aren't looking any better here.
Oh, maybe that's the stronghold? This might be it. Maybe not. Oh, what was that? Something Nemesis? Soldier's Nemesis. So that's a bow.
Right.
They're just spawning in as I'm approaching.
Full villages. Where are their coats?
What do you need to keep these refugees warm?
Blankets, warm clothes, all of it. These poor sods lost everything when the mages and the Templars went crazy. If we were in a village, I could just pinch a blanket off a clothesline and be fine.
That's some good ass wine.
I'm sure the apostates have plenty of supplies, just haven't been able to find them.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting another skin unlocked. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, we can do a skinathon now. If y'all are into it. Okay, we've gone too far. Good ass wine, exactly. So I can now schedule a skinathon now that we have 2 full skins. And basically, it's like, if we get enough skin points during the window that the skinathon is occurring in, then we can unlock all kinds of extra things, like, for example, a epic skin, where the skin has a completely different design when it's made epic, or when a captain, you know, uses it. Gold skins as well are unlocked through skinathons. What's up? How's everyone doing? Hey, Sloth, how you doing? Good to see you again. How art thou this fine eve? What is with these fucking infinite enemies just spilling in? Watching a skinathon right now, actually. Oh, nice. The only downside is I have been told that skinathons, for people who only have 2 full skins, usually don't, like, fare very well. Which is kind of... doesn't give me a lot of hope, so I don't know.
Good to see the Inquisition helping the refugees.
I don't know if I want to do it or wait for a while. Once we do a skinathon, we're not able to do another one until whoops. Until a certain, like, arbitrary amount of time. Three months? 6 months? Something like that? Oh, I just remembered. I should go back to Haven. You should wait. Yeah, it's just like, I could just try one, and then even if it doesn't do well, then whatever, we try again in months, you know? Failed to mod anything again. This was attempt number 139, I believe. You mean like, you attempted it with 139 mods, or that you literally attempted it that many times? That's crazy. What's happening? Is the game just crashing to desktop right away, or? I don't attempted to mod anything that amount of times.
Do you think the mages will be able to seal the breach? I heard.
Well, dang. Sorry to hear that.
Apothecary Adon will have more pulse.
Before I go sell all my junk,
Do you have a moment? Thank you. You've brought back some fascinating things. We're putting them to good use.
I'm gonna drop off all my unique items here.
No, just an apprentice. Circle mages must prove themselves in a ritual called the Harrowing. I was never very good at magic. I've got just enough talent to be a danger to other people. But when the mages rebelled, people like me had nowhere to go. The Templars would have killed us. Luckily, Secret Pentagast took me in, along with the Tranquil I was protecting.
Damn, that's really rough. That's a really good point. When the Templars are suddenly like, okay, if the mages are gonna rebel, now we kill all mages. Suddenly all the mages who aren't super powerful just get fucking herded up and killed. It's brutal.
I don't like using magic to fight. I'm not good.
Start a
at
new
it.
game, said game
I
insta
like
freezes.
studying. I like performing rituals that help us unlock the secrets of the Veil.
And if, that's a massive if. Everything goes black. I'm going blind, however, still be able to play. Whoa, weird. It just says special, it doesn't say what I'm about to say. Oh, I see.
something in your accent. You were raised by the Dalish, weren't you? Andaran Atishan. The lack of Valisline caused most to miss it. I was a proud member of my clan until my magic manifested. You know what happens when they have too many mages. They gave me a pack and sent me into the woods to find my own life. I was 7 years old.
Whoa, that's intense. Alright, we just need the tanks to survive as long as possible. Against this fucking boss. And then those eggs will hatch and they'll do all the work. Just taking my rage out and tear down with, and I'm not kidding, the Hammer of Dawn. I'm not sure what that means. Yo, bees! How you doing? How's your night treating you, my dude? What is shaking? Okay, alright, I could add that. Rocks! Rocks! There you go. It's been added to the database. Silly one to add, but it's there now. Haven't played Gears of War, I take it? Oh no, I played one of the Gears of War games and I just didn't really dig it that much. I don't think it's for me. Better than a horrific experience I just had. How are you? I mean, I'm fine. I gotta admit, you piqued my interest a bit by mentioning a horrific experience. What's up, man? Is it something that you feel like sharing, or not so much? If not, that's fair. What are we doing here? We're gonna go take this path on the bottom here. I would read it as rooks. It would read it, well, I mean, if you don't sort of have context as to the intent, that would be sort of the default pronunciation. But luckily I happen to know what the intent was behind the word. Just gonna throw these down. Boop, there we go. Someone shit on your floor. Someone human? We would do okay, makes sense. So it's an orbital cannon that spews some form of plasma. Ah. It was a big floppa. I have my doubts. Hope is a pet? Motherfucking hope so. Or my kids has some real explaining to do. Oh my gosh. Wow.
I'm so sorry. I stumbled into
Wow.
starving and cold.
Do you have pets?
I started using magic to scare predators away. The villagers saw me make fire in my fist. They were terrified and wanted to kill me. Templars.
Ah, 3 cats.
They gave me food and clothes. And
Damn.
the circle.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's like without the Templars, and I want no part
Yeah, I
of
feel
it.
like cats will
I just want to
fucking
stay.
shit and puke on everything.
You said that you were keeping some of the tranquil safe.
Yep, I agree. Cat's poop is
The mages
very
did
different from
something
human
when my
poop.
circle rebelled.
I concur.
The rest were forgotten. Most circle mages look down on the tranquil.
You're lucky.
Try to pretend
You're lucky it's cat poop. Could be a lot worse.
They can barely take care of themselves. Can't defend themselves at all. It's a shame. I like them better than most people.
You'd get a flop. I don't think they can be pets. Can they?
I'm glad they have someone who cares about them.
Tiny little nugs. So I assume it was from a cat. Yeah, probably.
They're polite,
I
they're
would.
rational, and they're never
I would guess that you're probably proficient at differentiating the two.
normal person.
Yo, it is Natter Day. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid.
The
How's it
tranquil
going?
never fought back.
It's raid time.
That
I really appreciate that, y'all.
wasn't really natural now.
So track is here. I'll give you a shout out. Boop. Track is a great streamer. Definitely go and follow him. But also, his partner does Natterday Dragon Age streams, which are always a highlight of my Saturdays. I'm really happy that you haven't gotten tired of swinging by. I'm sure you're very surprised by this every week still. I mean, you never know. There's so many talented people all across Twitch. I'm really happy that you swing by here on Saturdays, honestly. Look, the cat's good at a Litterbox played with it? Yeah, maybe. Gotta support another Dragon Age streamer? Totally, yeah. Now that I'm a few sessions into it, I'm realizing I might just be a Dragon Age streamer. I think that's my life now. I mean, we still do the Fallout Fridays, and we still do the Skyrim Sundays, but the other 3 days of the week, it's Inquisition. If I'm not even in, just by voice. It's always a good time. Yeah,
Some materials are useful for making potions or gear for the Inquisition.
I definitely gotta swing by for. I actually today when I put down the little one, it was so late that by the time I put her down, I just went and like started stream pretty much immediately. But when I opened Twitch, I saw that you're streaming, and I was like, I want to like swing by and say hi and stuff. Now that I've like seen the game and I know it and stuff, like the odds of me coming in during a spoiler, I feel like are like slim to none, because there's just so much like exploration and stuff. Like there's very little plot that advances throughout, you know, each stream, I find.
Glowing eyes and burning claws. It's terrifying.
So good. How's Inquisition going? I'm digging it. I prefer it to 2 for sure. I think the combat mechanics and stuff I prefer to 2. I do kind of miss the pause buffering, but at this point, having played through Dragon Age 1 and 2,
Please tell me if you find something.
I am kind of I get the I get the lack of it. Like I understand why you don't really need the pause buffering in this game, but I do like kind of like lining things up and taking my time figuring out who to attack next and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm enjoying the game hugely. I'm still basically in the first region. I do side quests a lot. I haven't done major plot stuff in a few weeks. Oh damn. Yeah, Inquisition perks are really hard to come by. This is session 3, and I've still only got that one Inquisition point. Sister Liliana, how I rejoice to see the colors of the Inquisition run the rabble out from my ancestral fields, and straight into the woods of my neighbor, Bantraft no less, as if they were guided by the hand of the Maker himself. I could not be better pleased. Yo, Ad Hoc Games coming in here with a big old raid. Welcome in. Yo, I super appreciate that. Oh, hang on. Okay, I should catch up real. I should catch up. Last week she did her romance scene. Ooh la la. You romance Cassandra? Nice. The entire reason she's made a male Inquisitor this playthrough? Oh, no, so I can't romance her with a female Inquisitor? I've been hitting on her every chance I get. I hate playing dudes when I have the choice. I'm the same way. I much prefer playing a female character. P4 Golden Pog. Yo. That's Crane Culture. Thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the raid, Ad Hoc. Oh my gosh. Welcome on in, Bob and Max Remus. Good to see you again. Omaha Programmer, good to see you. Oh my gosh. Deucenage, welcome to the stream. McKay, welcome on in. I made a male Elven Inquisitor specifically to romance Cassandra. That's funny. Oh my gosh. And Kermit the Frog here. Thank you so much for the webcam redemption, Dip David. And welcome on in, one and all. Hang on a moment, and I'll get you a shout out there, Ad Hoc. How is your stream going? How are you liking Persona 5 Golden? I played Persona, or did I say 5? I meant 4. I played Persona 5 a while back, and really, really enjoyed it. No,
Baby Fort doot.
I've been told.
Baby Fort doot doot doot.
I've been told
Yeah,
that I would
y'all
quite
are just
enjoy
really happy
Persona
to see me
4 as
again,
well.
aren't you?
It's,
They're
it's
like,
certainly on my backlog.
What's this asshole doing back here? We didn't even reload.
100% worth it. Keep hitting on her rocks. Oh, I don't plan to stop anytime soon. Immediately dropping because I got to be awake in 8 hours. Enjoy Inquisition. Oh, thank you. I am absolutely enjoying it. And you enjoy the rest of your night as well. Sleep well. I dictate my player character in games on which romances I want to do. It's a good way to do it, only I'm playing completely blind. So I just made Cabernet Sauvignon the 5th, and we are playing through as Cab Stab once again. It is the 5th time with the same elven mage protagonist whenever possible. How's it going? It's going really well. It's going great. Yeah, I'm enjoying Dragon Age Inquisition. You know, I had a little bit of a bumpy day, but you know, hanging out here, getting to chat with everybody, playing some video games. I mean, it is the best way to end a day. I'm doing great at this point. How are you liking P4? I've heard basically nothing but good things. Throughout my entire Persona 5 playthrough, I had tons of people stopping by, asking me what I knew about the series and stuff, and I let them know I know literally nothing. When I started playing Persona 5, I didn't even know what genre it was. I knew nothing about the game. It was completely blind. And so I've since learned about like Shin Megami Tensei and the Persona games, just during that playthrough from people coming in and chatting. And people basically, the consensus throughout the entire Persona community was like, oh, you've got to play Persona 4. So yeah, it's definitely on my backlog. I'd like to play it at some point. But P5 took me 180 hours on stream. It was 33 streams, a month and a half of full-time streaming. And so I don't know. I'm intimidated by biting off a game like that again. Dragon Age Origins took me half that amount of time, and I still felt like I was playing that for quite some time. So it's yeah, it's an intimidating one, but I'd like to check it out at some point. I really enjoyed it for sure. Enjoyed. Does that mean that did you beat it? Took me about 103 hours to finish it. Oh, okay. Oh, that's not as bad. That's basically what Dragon Age Origins took me. That's not bad. Were you really like? Well, I don't even know what the gameplay is. I don't know if it's a social sim as well and stuff, so I don't know. I'll check it out at some point for sure. Only spoilers I ever look up, if I look up any, are romance options in a game and who's gated for who. That's awesome. I also respect the choice not to look that up. Yeah, totally. No, I don't even know what characters are in this. I learned that Liliana was in this just by playing through and suddenly discovering that. So people have told me that there's, by nature of being a female elf, there is one romance option that is open to only a female elf that I have access to, but I don't know it yet. So I don't know. I figure when I meet that character, probably folks will let me know, like, that's the one that you can date, and you know, if you want the one unique romance option or whatever. But yeah, I don't know who the NPCs are in this, or the companions. I don't know who the companions are in this game yet. So I have a friend who was like, no, you're a female elf, you need to romance Solus. Oh, is that the one? Is Solus the one who's only available to a female elf? You beat it tonight. That's awesome. I'm gonna hit P4 Dancing All Night next week, and then to P5 Royal. Dancing All Night. What genre is that? Is that also like a normal Persona game? Because it kind of sounds like a DDR kind of thing. You get a lot more lore with that one. It does lead to some really cool lore drops. Oh, that's cool. You spoiling them on romance stuff? No, that's all good. I don't mind knowing that. That's not a huge spoiler. It's already been mentioned to me that there's one romance that's only available to a female elf mage, or maybe just a female elf. I don't remember what, but that's interesting. It's cool that it's Solus. So maybe that'll have to be my romance. I mean, I usually go for female romances whenever possible, because I myself am more attracted to females. But I do like the idea of kind of getting more out of the game. So I think we might just end up doing that then. Dancing All Night's a Persona 4 spin-off dancing rhythm game. Oh, so it literally is a rhythm game. That's crazy. That's kind of cool. Yeah, Is it like sort of a shorter side game, or is it like a full-length 100-hour RPG that involves like rhythm and stuff? I'm intrigued. You don't need to romance solos, but yes, that one is available only to female elves. That's cool. And the fact that I'm a female elf mage fits even better with that, you know. Beat it tonight after like a 12+ hour stream. Jesus. Damn, Ad Hoc. That's intense. I think my longest stream was about 9 hours. And it was accidental. It wasn't like I was trying to do a long stream. I was just like, you know, holy shit, it's 3 a.m. I gotta stop my fucking stream. The only reason I'm playing it is because unlike the P3 and P5 dancing games, the P4 one is actually canonical. What? There's some new lore and canon and shit in a dancing game? That's crazy. That's like, I can't even... There's a lot of franchises that tie together, you know, multimedia experiences, but a dancing game, that's cool. Solus is race and sex locked. Gender locked, yeah, whichever. Did you not censor yourself there? Wait, what did I say? What happened? I already missed it. I think it's a shorter game. Yeah, I would hope so. How would you feel about playing a 100+ hour dancing game? I wouldn't play it, but Time to Beat It looks like 9 hours. Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool. Nice. That's awesome. Your Morba's message was oddly censored, at least on my end. Was it? She said Solus is race and sex locked? Or gender locked? Oddly censored. Like, were there asterisks or something? Covered up the word sex. Oh, that's funky. So yeah, that's your, that's like, Twitch settings. You can, the little, cog below chat can turn off censoring if you want. I think by default, those are enabled. That's funny. Just haven't disabled them. Yeah, totally. That's absolutely just on her account. They haven't been disabled. That's funny. It is weird using someone else's PC for something customizable that you're used to. Like opening a website on someone's PC, fucking, well, like Twitch, for example. When I open up Twitch on a computer, or like see Twitch running on someone's computer, and it's not in dark mode, it blows my mind. I'm like, you're looking at a white screen while you watch Twitch all day? That's crazy. It really shocks me. I didn't know about chat filtering. Oh man, that's the first thing I do. Every single time I make a new account on any website, I go through all the settings and I just look up everything and figure out all the ways that I can customize a website to sort of personalize it and get the settings more standardized to how I like to use the internet. There's a dark mode? Oh my gosh. Never look at my Twitch. Oh, you guys are crazy. How can you stare at a white screen for hours? It's painful. It's so bad for your eyes. Whatever person decided that white was going to be the default for like web pages and just everything, the computing experience instead of black, is crazy. It's such an insane choice. It makes sense aesthetically to a certain degree, just because you can use any color from that point and it shows up for the most part. I mean, but in terms of like being good for your eyes, your brain, all of that, it's like, oh, it's just the worst. Light mode is the devil. Yeah, I just use whatever mode's the default usually. Oh man, I would strongly recommend switching over to dark mode. It is, not only is it easier on your eyes, but literally, I mean, just the amount of blue light that you get is reduced, so it's better for your like sleeping patterns and your just your brain. I mean, it's literally better for your brain. So I always use dark mode on everything. I even have like an extension, a browser extension, so that I can just have a global dark mode for the internet in general, because like Google doesn't have a dark mode and stuff like that. So I force one. Discord I use dark mode, Twitch I use light mode. Yeah, Discord I think dark mode is the default. So yeah, that makes, as you say, yeah, whatever's the default, right? The corporations try to blast us with radiation. I mean, you're not wrong. Technically speaking, it is corporations that made that decision, and in a way, they decided, as a side effect of that choice, they're gonna blast us a little extra radiation. Never phases me, really. Well, I'm just saying that, like, sure, if it's what you're used to, you're just used to it, but it's not doing your brain or eyes any favors, is all I'm saying. Why is the white bad? So, like, blue light is kind of, it's not like blue on your screen isn't blue light. Blue light is like an actual type of light, and staring at a white screen means that you're taking in a lot of blue light, and blue light, now we know, has been proven to negatively affect your brain. There's like all kinds of proposed theories as to what exactly it does, and like and you know, it's sort of a citation needed for some of the effects, but it is proven at this point to interfere with your sleep cycles and REM cycle. Yeah, it may even negatively affect, like, yeah, there's a lot of things that it potentially is doing as well, but it's not great for things like you know, ADD and just like your attention span in general. Like it's just not great. It's not healthy to be looking at a white screen for long lengths of time. So dark mode is better for your subconscious mind. So I recommend it to anyone. Do you mind sharing the dark mode for everything? Ask it for a friend. What kind of assholes keep it on light mode? Quickly change it to how is this not default? I don't know. I think it's fucking crazy that it's not default, because it's a lot easier on the eyes, for sure. Yeah, like that's why eye strain, eye twitches, headaches, all of these things are linked to computer use. It's not really the computer use, it's not really the screen use, it is the blue light. It is the like bright screens basically are doing it. So dark mode helps. It doesn't, it's not like a panacea. It's not going to just sort of fix everything and make it suddenly healthy to stare at a fucking computer for 10 hours a day, but it helps. It's not as badly straining your eyes and stuff. We're born to the darkness, molded by the darkness, live and die by the darkness. I had not seen dark mode until I was a man. Normal mode is eyes killer. I use dark mode on everything. Yeah, me too. Absolutely. The dark mode for everything, it's a browser extension that I have on Chrome called Dark Reader. The only sketchy thing is, technically speaking, any website that wants to apply itself, any extension that wants to apply itself to like every single website you use, could technically speaking, like take all the information of all the websites you ever visit, and sort of like consolidate a lot of data and sell it. From what I understand, Dark Reader, I don't believe does this, and I think there are some dark mode extensions that may be unscrupulous, but yeah, so Dark Reader is the one that I settled on. But definitely do your own research and maybe Google it and look up reviews and make sure that, you know, it's something that you're comfortable using. But any extension that you add to your browser, you know, could basically steal your data. But yeah, I think it's worth it to look at a darker screen all the time. Even the Windows overlay on my system's in dark mode. Yeah, I enable night mode. The moment I'm done stream, I crack open night mode on Windows and I enable it, so it filters out blue light, and it just gives everything a weird orangey tinge, but so that's why I don't stream with it on, because it kind of makes it challenging to discern some things. But yeah, I use night mode on Windows too. I think white screens became popular because white is the color of paper, and the first computers with the full GUI were Xerox PARC computers. That could be, yeah, basically the color of paper could be a thing. I mean, DOS was a black screen, and I feel like since DOS was the industry standard for so long, it's strange that once people started launching Windows and using browsers, that they chose to go with white instead of the black of DOS. I just feel like that was for a while the default, so it's strange that they deviated from that. But of course they, you know, no one knew anything about blue light at that point. White screens cause eye strain. It's basically a flashlight shining in your face constantly. Yeah, totally. Didn't realize that was why it's bad. Thanks for explaining. Yeah, I mean, that's from what I understand, at least. Yeah, dark mode is less light blasting in your face, absolutely. And yeah, it's also the quality of the light, the The warmth of the light is a part of it as well. Flux, dark mode on apps, dark mode of the monitors, glasses. Yeah, you can get blue light filtering glasses. I know Sky wears those when he streams. Yeah, that's kind of a cool way to go as well. Yeah, Flux is a piece of software I used to use. Now I just use Windows default night mode, but yeah, all of those things I find really, really helpful. I used to get headaches all the fucking time, and I don't anymore because I use night mode whenever possible. Sometimes it makes specific websites fucky. Yeah, the browser extension especially, because it does just kind of like universally apply a filter to everything. And so it can, you can, every website you go to, if there's a website you go to and it's like, oh, this website's fucked, I can't really navigate it, then you can like click on the browser extension and click disable for this website. And then every page you visit within that website will have it disabled. So you won't have to worry on that site whenever it does sort of break a site. Every single app and web page we use recollect our data, so we're fucked either way. Yeah, to a certain degree. Some will only collect specific things. Luckily, the EU pushed through some laws that caused global change for a lot of websites that mean that you have to opt in now to have a lot of your data collected. A lot of websites force you to opt in, so it doesn't matter anyway, but some web pages, if you're just sort of swinging by the web page for a little bit, you can choose not to opt into that, and so I don't know. Some websites don't, but yeah, for the greater portion of all websites, absolutely collect lots of your data. However, they don't. It's not legal at all for any website to like use like keyloggers or like read the info you're inputting into fields like usernames and passwords and stuff like that. And in theory, I think that a browser extension could capture that information. It'll mess with your color perception, hence why I don't buy shit online at night. That nice peachy color might be bright pink. Yeah, that's a good point. Totally. Green screen was standard for so long, green text on a black screen. Yeah, totally. Terminals, command prompts, shells. That's why all the classic hacking stuff, like the Matrix and like hackers, and even today it's still kind of a trope of hacking is that it's all green and black and stuff. It's all just because that's what was the industry standard for a long time. Yeah, color or white on black. When you get a GUI, it tends to be brighter. I think it's a prestige thing. Yeah, I guess so. I asked an ophthalmologist, and apparently the blue light screening glasses don't do terribly much. I would believe that. Yeah, I can't envision how they would. Aside from just kind of basically being sunglasses and tinting everything a little bit darker so that you're not shocking your eyes as much. But yeah, it is. I mean, the analogy of staring at a flashlight all day is a good one. If you were to like take a flashlight and kind of put it a little ways from yourself, but shine it directly toward yourself so that every time you kind of glance over, you're like just getting blinded by a flashlight, that would do to your brain a similar thing to using a computer all the time. I kind of doubt the blue light has a significant effect on sight. I don't know what kind of studies there have been on it, but computer screen fatigue is a studied thing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily affect your vision and sight, but it absolutely causes eye strain. And so it's kind of the culprit for like the eye twitches that like most people get if they spend time on computers a lot. I get them now and then, and it is really annoying because there's nothing you can do about it, and it's so distracting. But yeah, there's a lot of ways that using a computer kind of exhausts your brain. Anyway, I should have like before taking a little break there and chatting with everybody, I should have sent people on more missions since they occur in real time. So they're basically just messages telling me that these people have gone and finished their things. Or effort bore fruit. That's kind of cool. So there's just a repeatable thing where you can just get cash from one of these quests. So which of these missions can I still do? This one costs 4. This one is completed. My dear Liliana, your author friend is truly a mystery. Our search uncovered only a string of foreign accounts. Trail of coin led from Antiva to Da Vinci to the free marches in Orlais. Someone hit the tracks well, but not well enough. Your raid is in Kirkwall, and remember, you owe me a favor. Oh, that's kind of cool. So these messages just remain there, I guess, because they give me leads for other things, I guess? I'm assuming? Okay, well, might as well do this. I love the medical term for eye twitching. Blepharospasm. Well, that's a weird word to wrap one's mouth around. Sister Liliana, Lieutenant Harding led a small complement of soldiers to the storm-closed region to investigate reports of Grey Warden activity. She sent word that her party had established a camp near the shore, but we have received nothing further. At this time, the status of Harding and her mission remains unknown. Rector. Oh, this is like a thing that I go to do. Okay, and I guess there's no turning back. Eye twerking is a better name. I like it. I thought these were things that I just sent people to go do, but apparently, you want something done well, you've got to go do it yourself.
Your worship, for what it's worth, welcome to the Storm Coast. I would have sent word sooner, but our efforts have been...
Every time people say Storm Coast, I think of Sword Coast.
There's a group of bandits operating in the area.
From Dungeons and Dragons.
Terrain, and our small party has had trouble going up against them. Some of our soldiers went to speak with their leader. Haven't heard back, though.
Alright, I'll fix your problems.
Find our people. Thank you, your worship.
I'm keeping quiet on the game deliberately.
The soldiers didn't have an exact location.
Like in terms of spoilers and stuff, or?
Their search farther down the beach. With all this fuss, we haven't been able to conduct a proper search for the wardens either. Well,
speaking of Sword Coast.
Good luck, and enjoy the sea air.
Oh, speaking of Sword Coast, I should mention it to folks in here. I'm planning on doing a little D&D campaign in my Discord, where it's like play by post. So every day, the folks who are taking part make a little post, stating the things they want to do, and then you know, that's how you play through the campaign. I don't know if anyone's into that, but it's going to be happening on the Discord. I made a post about it, but I don't know how many people are kind of like active in my Discord. I know everyone's got a ton of Discords they're in, so yeah, I don't know if anybody saw the post, but currently prepping to DM a game in the Forgotten Realms. First time DMing. Oh, that's super exciting. That's awesome. When I accidentally spoil something, yeah, it's all good. I'm not wild about spoilers, but you know, I'm happy to chat about whatever. We'll go this way for the next battle. Literally combing through the DM guide for ideas and inspiration. Session 0 is next week. Oh, that's very cool. Is it a homebrew thing or something from a specific book? Let's get a bunch of tanks with some healers, as well as some melee, and then a shitload of archers, with a few flag bearers to buff their damage. Ready when you are. I want to play regular D&D, but I'm not interested in that. Okay, well that's all good. You don't have to be. I'm very excited about it. I actually got the idea from a friend, Lorecraft, is doing that type of campaign in his Discord, and it has been so fun that I just want more of it. So I was like, okay, let's do, you know, let's do it. Yeah, now that all of mine and Natalie's friends are vaccinated and such, we're going to meet up to play in person. Never played in person before, just online. Oh, that's very cool. It's from a module that came with the D&D Essentials kit. I got like 2 Christmases ago. Never had a chance to use. Oh, nice. Is it Lost Mines of Phandelver or the what's it called, like the Frost Dragon thing? Which thing are you running? I'm always excited to hear about some Donjon et Dragon. Dragon of Ice Fire Peak. Nice. Awesome. Yeah, I know someone else who is just about to start running that same module, actually. The Frost Dragon thing, yeah. That's awesome. Well, that's very exciting. Yeah, it's kind of daunting to run your first game, you know? But as long as you've got a good group and they're, you know, patient with you, yeah, it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
I have some more questions. Why am I not surprised? Tell me about your brother.
Super nervous about DMing, but thankfully a close friend who's also my first DM I had moved to town and can help me out a lot. That's awesome.
I'll let you get back to work. Yes? Can you tell me more about the Seekers?
The Seekers of Truth were born from the original Inquisition long ago.
Oh my god, my neck really hurts right now. Ah.
Seekers stood above the temple.
Oh, gotta stretch it out.
But also investigating magical events they couldn't
handle. Feel the burn.
They were meant to be incorruptible, above reproach. How seldom does reality match
bad neck. I need to stretch more often and I just don't, and that's not good.
But what are Seekers exactly?
Sounds a battle in the background.
I think we are Templars. We do not use lyrium, however. Our abilities are different, as was our original purpose. We disciplined the Templars and were accountable only to the divine, and not even her, truthfully.
That's interesting.
So the Seekers commanded the Templars.
I already put more effort into prepping for this than I have for anything other than the Paralympics crawling. That's awesome. I'm sure it's gonna go really well. How do you plan to run it? Like for like combat and stuff like that. Do you plan to use like a battle mat, or what's your plan?
I begin to think you are the only one who can solve the world's problems. If you don't see a problem, it doesn't exist. If someone insists it does, they are the blind ones.
Do you think that kind of problem could ever be fixed?
Possibly. Though the Seekers themselves would need to change. They were clearly not willing to, even though they abandoned everything they stood for to avoid it. In my heart, I believe they can still be salvaged, but not by
Maps will be tricky, I'm not 100% sure. We'll probably air toward Theater of the Mind. Okay. Like I'm personally a big fan of like big battle mats and minis and stuff like that, but minis are super expensive, and there's like super cheap alternatives. I actually I just came recently across a concept where you alrighty. Well, have an awesome night. Sometime. No, it's all good. You should yeah, I don't know. I'll message you on Discord or whatever, and I can maybe give you some ideas.
I can set the lyrium within a
As another printed or artistic talent to draw maps.
Both mages and Templars
well, so the way that I ran my last campaign was that I used you say that you played online. I don't know if you've used Roll20 before, but I used Roll20 in order to upload images of high-res maps, and then I hooked my computer up to the television in the living room, so nice big TV that everyone could see while they were playing, and I dragged the a player-facing version of it over there, so I had like fog of war, so they couldn't see anything beyond like. So I would just reveal each room as they went from room to room and area to area in dungeons and stuff like that. I'd reveal it as they traveled. And it was like nice high-res maps with a custom token for each, you know, character, you know, based on whatever they were. And I really liked it. It worked out really well. I do actually have to go. Alrighty. Have an awesome night, you guys. Thank you again for the big old raid, and yeah, sleep well. Always nice chatting.
Why did your order turn against the Chantry?
We originally
Yeah, let me know if you want access to high-res maps. I have a lot of files.
under control. It was felt most holy had tacitly allowed the Circle of Magi to vote on its independence, thus breaking the treaty. The Seekers saw themselves as justified, and they led the Templars into a war of righteousness.
You sound like you disagree.
We knew what was happening at Kirkwall, where the Mage Rebellion began. We looked into reports of Knight Commander Meredith's harsh...
I wish I could be having this conversation with her without this fucking cacophony going on in the background.
It was decided her actions were justified.
Spoke too soon about the Elgato. Oh no! What happened?
At the root causes.
You're right. Something should have been done.
When faced with a problem, the Seekers would close ranks and crush it. We would find an answer, but only once we felt we weren't being coerced. The moment the mages voted for independence, our
Problem after my stream. It took hours of troubleshooting to fix a number of problems. Oof.
difficult to watch.
That's brutal. I'm sorry to hear that.
Most Seekers begin training in their youth. I was much older, an exception due to my noble birth. We train rigorously for years. Our bodies and minds must be elastic to undergo the vigil, and most fail even then.
Is the vigil some kind of initiation?
It is the rite every Seeker must go through in order to summon their gifts.
Man, every group has their own special rite. A year! Whoa.
Including other people. We empty ourselves of all
So the Seekers have the Vigil.
only on the purity of our devotion.
Mages have the Harrowing.
Finally ends. It's wonderful.
The
I cannot put it into words.
Wardens have the Joining.
I wish I could experience that.
If the vigil
At least now it works properly with OBS and Elgato app, but I know where some problems come from. That's good. One thing I'd strongly recommend is in OBS, don't add the Elgato app as a source. Instead, just do desktop capture and just full screen it on a second screen and just capture that screen. It works way more smoothly.
I've no more questions.
Greetings.
May I ask you about the Chantry?
Desktop capture wasn't working either? Whoa, like the
Chantry now.
whatever it's called,
They
screen
have no
capture or whatever?
Templars, no leadership, and no one left who is worthy of succeeding the divine.
Now it's all fixed though? Cool, cool. But just in general, just like however you're capturing it, like you'll...
I ache to think what this will mean in the days to come.
Yeah, it just runs more smoothly if you capture the full screen desktop app. Like even if you're not having issues, I would recommend doing it that way personally. After messing with it a lot. Use the source, okay, but yeah, if you end up having any issues, latency is the biggest one. Like latency is a terrible one. Desynced audio and video. Any of those issues, if you just capture the desktop app, then you don't have to worry about it. I game looking at OBS though, so the little bit of latency that I was getting was like debilitating. So I had to just do a desktop capture where it was like, you know, not even a millisecond of delay.
Do you really believe the Chantry is worth preserving?
I do. Though I understand.
So about with the SDI plugin. So I was using Elgato Play, whatever the fuck it's called. No, Elgato Game Capture. I think, or it's just called Game Capture. That's the name of the program, I think. Right? It's just called Game Capture. And so I'll put Game Capture on my second monitor. Full screen it so that it took up the whole thing. No borders whatsoever. And then for the source, I would use desktop capture and just capture that screen and stream that screen directly. Game capture doesn't work with my particular Elgato? Okay. Yeah, because there's like, you could use window capture, game capture, etc. You could use video capture device, I believe, for an Elgato, and none of those work as well as just display capture. And you just stream that desktop with the game capture running in full screen. You know what I mean?
So, what should this new purpose be?
A dedication to what is truly important. Instead of building cathedrals and sewing gowns...
Can't have the source in two apps unless you use SDI, and SDI makes everything laggy.
If we are to spread the Maker's word across the world, we must do so with open hearts and open hands.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what SDI is. I'm not familiar with the term.
That sounds rather idealistic of you.
Does it? I do not think it's so unachievable. The Chantry has many good...
I'm just saying, the piece of Elgato software called Game Capture, you run the game in that, then you full screen that, and then you just stream the screen on which that full screen program is running. And that's the smoothest, lowest latency, least glitchy way to stream something using Elgato, in my experience. And also what was recommended to me by Sky, who also had similar problems. Use the capture utility and use NDI for OBS. Yeah, I don't know what the capture utility or NDI are. I tried to use the Elgato app without that plugin and try to launch OBS. Neither of them will run. Either run one or the other. Okay. You try to use the Elgato app and then launch OBS, and neither will run? I never had that problem.
What influence does Chancellor Roderick really wield?
He's a bureaucrat.
Capture utility is the Elgato app for 4K capture cards? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I have a PCIe Elgato HD60.
Despite that, Roderick is not a bad man.
And I've never heard of capture utility.
And believes his place is to fill the gap left by Most Holy's death.
Kermit the Frog here. Just doing a little chatting about, you know, troubleshooting somebody's capture card. I like that you get, you know, a special reply for each of the different questions that are asked. But it's a shame that none of them are mage-specific or elf-specific. You know, I find that those replies seem to be very uncommon. Thanks for the stream. Good night, chat. Oh, well, thank you for coming, Random. I appreciate you hanging out. You know, always a pleasure. And thank you for the Kermit redemption, of course. Always a fun excuse to come out. HD60S Plus, and it works only with 4K capture utility software. Okay. Well, that's not the particular card that I have, so perhaps my issues aren't applicable to you. Thanks for the pointers, though. They're very appreciated. Yeah, just trying to help. Just making sure that you don't run into the same issues that I did. Yeah, I found that it was nothing but a pain in the ass to have Elgato, any of Elgato's software added as a source. I found that was always created latency, and I can't play if there's any latency. So, I mean, latency to OBS I don't think matters to anyone else really. So you probably don't have to worry about it.
Will the Chantry replace Divine Justice?
If you don't use OBS to stream off of. Which one was better for you guys? Enjoy the rest of the stream. Yeah, cheers, turtles. You sleep well. Have a good one. Yo, trash goblin farts. I like it. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it, Mommy Cassandra. How's your evening going?
So what happens if they can't agree?
I'm just learning more about her faction. Although, to be fair, I've mostly been chatting about Elgato capture cards and haven't really been paying as much attention as I should be to the conversation.
Any cleric with ambition but little sense will see this as her one chance.
You have an Elgato capture card, and I use the card directly as a source in slobs rather than the app.
The Inquisition must act in the meantime.
And you don't find that there's any latency whatsoever, or is there like a little bit? Like, do you ever have any problems with it? Because Yeah, I found that I was always encountering issues. The way I go about latency is I start the stream and then just switch my gaming monitor to the PS4 source. No latency at all. Right, but I'm talking for the stream. Because you're just watching PS4, but like... Wait, so you do have latency if you try and just stream off of the software, is what you're saying? What was Society before Wine? To be fair, I literally don't think Society existed before Wine. Wine is kind of one of the... alcohol in general.
If they do choose me,
One of the reasons that Society exists.
that depends on whether she would have me.
Stuck at work, I'm literally just waiting to take a patient to another hospital. Oh, that sucks. Do you work at a hospital then?
It would depend on what type of divine she is. I am no longer in a position to follow blindly, and no new
Absolutely no problems with the capture card. I have the output of the card going to a monitor. Like as in you're using their Elgato game capture software, or like how are you... What's on the monitor? What's the software that's on the monitor in order to capture the output of the card? It doesn't go straight to a monitor, does it? Unless you're using like a crazy connection, but then it's just connected and you're not using a capture card. I always have latency watching streams, like 5 seconds worth. Oh, but you're probably on mobile, right? I'm a paramedic. We handle critical care transports. Yeah, no, I know what a paramedic is. That's intense. That's fucking crazy. Good on you. That's I considered in my youth doing paramedic training, and then I realized, oh no, I'm a wuss when it comes to fucking like blood and gore and I don't think I'd be able to do it. But I think that's yeah, that's an excellent, very noble profession. If you're watching a Twitch stream, there's always like, yeah, there's generally, I would say, a 2-second delay on hardwired PC and a 5-second delay on mobile and Wi-Fi connections. But I mean, like, when you're using a capture card software,
it is no different. But in neither case
you don't want to have any latency between your inputs on the console and what you're seeing on the software. And so I found that the best way to have no latency is to use the game capture software. As opposed to streaming the device itself.
So if we get better horses, you think that'll make a difference?
There's always latency when you play and not look at the source. People that watch don't notice it.
A good horse can make all the difference. The mare I grew up with.
There's always latency when you play and not look at the source. That's false.
Sorry.
Feels silly.
Oldest evidence of alcohol production is some old-ass fruit wine, more of a mead, found in northwestern China, if I recall correctly. About 7,000 years old. Oldest evidence of cheese is 8,000 years old, found in Poland. I think it's longer than 7,000 years old. I could be wrong, but I believe that there was actually a fairly recent discovery that goes beyond that. Like within the last several years. I have an Elgato game capture card, so it has a 0 latency output on it, so that's connected to a monitor. The card forks the AV signal to the monitor and a camera input the slobs can use. I don't use any software to display on screen. You have it inputted directly into slobs. Do you find that there is any latency whatsoever for the game capture in slobs compared to what you're looking at on the monitor? Like, do you find that they're running at precisely the same point, or 12 hours of troubleshooting? Yes, I'm sure. This requires to fully uninstall and reinstall everything. Use that because I couldn't control the audio of OBS and the capture card separately. I have quests in this area, don't I? What's all this? What's going on? Like, you can wander really far from Haven. Is there any point? Is there anything that I could go and find?
Smithing is hard work. Here, have something to drink.
Goodbye.
Right.
Okay, I need to sell stuff. There's no latency if you use it as a camera device. Okay, so I found quite the opposite, personally. I don't pay attention to the video on slobs, honestly. I'm too focused on the game. Right, so I'm just saying if you want to have zero latency for what the people are seeing, if you want the game to be running in real time, then I think that that's not necessarily the best way to go. That's all. Forgot about the 12,000-year-old beer residue from Israel. Yeah, there's like an area that looks like it was probably a brewery from more than 10,000 years ago. I don't recall where it was. I just remember seeing, oh, that's crazy. That's like, that sort of changes things a little bit. Elgato doesn't play nice with NVIDIA broadcast. Doesn't play well with Windows default setting via USB transfer. NVIDIA broadcast, isn't that like weird default streaming software for like from your GPU software? Use NVIDIA broadcast too. I didn't know that NVIDIA broadcast was ever used by anyone. Crazy. When I turn on broadcast, the frame rate drops in OBS. I have a funny setup for audio. I have an audio cable connected from the audio out of the monitor to the line in on my computer. I can then use the audio from the computer to listen and mix. Huh. 2 foot T-poles in the floor where they could mash up the grain and stuff. Yeah, that sounds right. I just remember seeing it, there's like photos of it. And it's like this round structure. It looks like it was is theorized to have been a brewery. Video broadcast is AI-powered program that removes mic background noise, camera background and stuff. Ever any complaints about latency? I'll check next time. I think there should be very little. Never used the Elgato software or the raw capture card. Yeah, so like capturing the output from the capture card itself in OBS, I found had a bunch of latency, and so if you were to look at OBS and try and play your game, it would be unplayable, and that was the issue that I found, which is why I, don't do that. Why I don't use that particular. Oh shit! This isn't selling. This is trying to buy. Oh Christ! What a crazy waste. No one even uses daggers in my party. Because not about streaming, but getting a certain quality for getting camera allows you to add features to stream that does take a lot of effort and extra hardware. Broadcast does a good job at noise cancellation. Is a good option for camera background replacement. I didn't know about the camera background replacement. I find noise cancellation, OBS filters are actually like really, really good. Like they're much better quality than pretty much any other free piece of software is. And no green screen using video broadcast, no problem. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I should look into that because that's just like default with the GeForce Experience or whatever, isn't it? Is that the thing that I'm thinking of, or? I don't know. I'll make a note to myself to check it out, but. I've used a couple of different pieces of software in order to edit out the background, and I find that it has a hard time with my hair. I wouldn't look at OBS to play off of. I would use the game output as close to the source as possible. Mainly be a few milliseconds of latency, but that would easily make it unplayable. Yeah, I don't know. I disagree wholeheartedly. Every single game I've ever streamed, I have used OBS to play off of. Except when I very first started, but then I realized that streaming off OBS is like great for every aspect of what I'm trying to do. And and there's no latency whatsoever for basically anything I do. And so even with a capture card, I found that you could get rid of the latency 100%. But capturing the capture card directly was like unplayable amounts of latency. But that means that what people are seeing is that the game is behind where you're talking. And so they might not know that that is what is occurring, but I just don't like that. I don't want those things to be unsynced. So I don't hold with the paleo diet. Yeah, limiting the amount of grain you eat and increasing your veggies and fruit is probably good, but the dates for humans using grain and drinking brews and eating cheese keep being pushed back. Yeah, paleo as a term is kind of a weird one. Like, I get the concept behind it. I don't know. I'm in favor of people eating, well, I don't know. I'm in favor of people eating whatever they want to a certain degree, but yeah, the word paleo is really weird. It's a misnomer. What was the paleo diet? This won't kill me and tastes pretty good, and it'll fit in my mouth. Yeah, totally. That's like, the word paleo shouldn't be what's used for that diet at all, obviously. That's like, I don't think it makes any sense at all. Video broadcast has way better noise cancellation than OBS filters. That's surprising. Video broadcast is free but only usable with RTX cards. NVIDIA RTX voice is usable with some NVIDIA RTX cards. We've been eating grain for 10,000 plus years. Yeah, I mean, the earliest examples of agriculture, I think, involve grain. But that's because it was used for beer production primarily, so as a byproduct, we also got to eat grain. Latency when I use the source is barely noticeable when I move the character, so it shouldn't be a problem for streaming. Just very fine commands when you play. Yeah, so that's a problem for me, and in my opinion, just in general for streaming. I don't like that, but I don't know. I just decided that, well, you know, for me it's a necessity, but in general, I like the idea of having basically zero latency. So that is what I did. Got rid of that there latency. I guess we'll keep all these fucking rare armors and sell all the other shit. I'm sure if these were better than what I had, I would have equipped them by now. Oh, some of these I could probably equip. Doodle-doo. The agricultural revolution happened roughly 15,000 years ago. That makes sense. Exactly why I play the source. Zero latency on the source and fine for streaming. Yeah, I just mean, like, when I stream, I like to look at OBS because it has all the other information. I try to avoid just sort of zoning out on the game as much as I can. And so by using OBS as my screen, as the main screen that I look at while I stream, I'm able to see all kinds of other things that are pertinent for my stream, as far as I'm concerned. Things like my connection strength, my audio levels, chat. Having that all in one window on the same screen is like crazy. It's super, super useful. Being able to go, like, looking at the game and immediately changing between scenes or toggling sources is also really handy. But yeah, I mean, connection strength alone is huge. I don't want to find out that I've been fucking disconnected essentially for 30 seconds. The moment that my connection strength shifts to orange, I'm able to, like, grab my phone and load up Twitch to make sure that I can let people know, like, you know, what's going on. Because every once in a while, you know, your connection drops. It happens. Unavoidable. So yeah, for me, I just think using OBS as the screen to stream off of is like the only way to go. I have a hard time trying to do it otherwise at this point, because I've been doing it for like a year and a half. think we first started seeing actual agriculture around 11,000 years ago. There's suspicion it started early. I think from what I understand that beer was the main reason, right? Using cereal grains for at least 22 to 24,000 years. That makes sense. These are problems coming from the long cables is my guess. You get cable length above 5 meters. 5 meters, so that's like 27, 28 feet. You get lag from the signal traveling. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a long cable for sure. Seems like a very long cable to use. I think my streaming setup has the game on my left-hand screen with slobs on the right-hand screen, and the chat's at the far left edge of the right-hand screen. Helps me to see chat. Different ways of dealing with streaming. Yeah, totally. And I'm not saying that other people are doing it wrong. I'm just saying that that's I've just found that it works exceptionally, and so I'm unable to switch at this point because it's, I think, such a good way of going. I'm very stuck in that way at this point. Yeah, the connection strength is a big one for me because I've had a lot of issues. Unfortunately. Even just last week, my connection completely dropped. I have 2 monitors, one to monitor the stream and one to play the game. Yeah, of course, so do I. I have 2 monitors. But basically, I end up using the second monitor just as a place to capture pieces of software from. Like when I stream, I have open 10 pieces of software just for streaming. That was opportunistic. Hey, the stuff at the fall fishing camp is doing the same thing. Let's cut it apart, make what amounts to a flatbread. Yeah, that works pretty well. I rise. How's it going, Vamp? How are you this fine morning? Nobody's sure whether it was beer or bread that led to people setting into permanent camps over being more migratory. Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess that is true. Right, I went to the buy screen. I find menuing in this game is really weirdly challenging. It was bread first, beer came from over wet bread. I mean, it was certainly one of the first things that we ended up doing. Many long nights have returned to your stream. Welcome back. It is always good to have you. You're good? Awesome. One hypothesis.
Good luck sealing those rifts.
I mean, I do like the theory that ever since humans developed consciousness, they've been actively trying to turn it off. Why is it that every time I come back to Haven, by default, that chest is highlighted? I don't like that at all. I'd remove the camera filters from my stream. That's fair enough. I mean, I only end up using them when they're redeemed, so I figure the more things I can have for people to interact with the stream, the better. I like having the option available for folks. Somebody left their grains in a pot, it got wet, started fermenting, that person came along later. Decided to try the frothy gruel-like stuff. In order for we to develop civilization because of cults of personality? Could be. Why do you think that? Your humans have been eating fermented fruits ever since they were... Yeah, that's true. That's true. Alcohol probably does predate agriculture simply because of natural fermentation.
Are you holding up all right?
So any shorter ones that are HDMI 2.0? You don't have any that are shorter than like 30 feet?
People would have spread that out over more than one day.
That's wild. I mean, that's kind of a good thing, but that you do have some really long cables, longer than you need. Because longer HDMI cables are expensive. A variety of primates deliberately eat fermented fruit to get drunk. Yeah, horses, goats, deer, elephants, giraffes. Yeah, there's lots of animals that intentionally get drunk. And some of them develop, like, sort of addictive personalities to it. They'll get aggressive if they're unable to to get that fruit when it's available each year. The squirrels get drunk and they don't have bread. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like alcohol is a mainstay of a lot of diets for all kinds of creatures. The one that came with Elgato is 2 meters, and the other one I have is 2 meters too. Okay. Or 1.5 and 1.5. I could potentially fix the lag issue. Maybe. So I was using a, I think 30-foot HDMI cable for my television, which I was using as one of my monitors. And I didn't notice any latency whatsoever. So I'd be surprised if there's like a noticeable amount of latency from a 2 meter cable, because that's only like 6.5 feet. There's something a bit ago that was like raccoon captured does not have rabies, was drunk off apple. I saw that. I thought that was pretty funny. Really go multiple meters before lag becomes a significant issue, even on 4K streams, like 10. Yeah, I would think you'd have to go pretty long to notice any latency whatsoever. But yeah, I've always figured out ways to make it so I have no latency whatsoever from my OBS capture. So it's a completely viable way to see things. It's also, like, if I wasn't watching OBS actively while I was gaming, I wouldn't notice things like the webcam redemptions, or a bunch of things. Basically any of my redemptions, I wouldn't really notice right away. And in some cases, it's important for me too, because some of them I have to like do something quickly. But yeah, for me, I think it's a good way to go. I'm very, very happy with that method, and
I don't even want to think about how many
it works excellently.
on that mountaintop.
A lot of good men and women didn't make it out.
I'm very sensitive to latency when I play games. It used to drive me insane when I played MMOs back in the day. Doesn't matter if it's streaming or MMO. If it ain't snappy, it kills me. Yeah, yeah. If there's any latency at all, it's like it's a serious problem. Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Pretty much any game, like, especially like platformers. Like I've streamed, like Mega Man and like Castlevania and stuff like that. Those are really punishing games to have any kind of latency. Any platformer. Be less than 1 millisecond. Yeah. How much latency are you talking about for a like a 25-foot HDMI cable though? That's what I'm curious about. For gigabit Ethernet, you can get Cat 6 up to 100 meters before you get poor latency. Yeah, I was using a Cat 6 cable that was 50 foot. I was using a 50-foot Cat 6 cable in order to hardwire my PS4 to the modem so that I could use remote play, like, without any latency. And again, zero latency whatsoever. Like, undetectable by human eyes, if there was any. There literally might not have been any. Not sure if it's decent enough quality. Yeah, that might be. But how much latency are you experiencing, David? That's what I'm curious about. Because if it's something you're detecting, then it's probably not the cable.
Said you were free to go.
I like to think I'm as selfish and irresponsible as the next guy, but thousands of people died on that mountain. I was almost one of them, and now there's a hole in the sky.
Pretty cheap when I got it.
Even I can't walk away and just
leave that to sort
itself out.
Poor quality cable can do a lot for bad quality. Crazy. Yeah, I guess I've just never had a really poor quality cable. I've never had cables that made a difference.
It's pure luck that
Not really a latency issue, it's a connection quality issue. It appeared to be latency because both ends are trying to compensate.
You might want to consider running at the first opportunity.
Not noticeable enough for me when I use the PC with the TV, but even more so if I hook the PS4 to it.
I've seen that. But the hole in the sky.
When you use the PC with the TV, there isn't any latency. But if you hook the PS4 up to the TV, then there is?
Need something?
Oh, you can ask about Hawk.
I read your Tale of the Champion, and I have a few questions.
Oh, that's cool.
Common reaction. Go ahead.
So the cable that connects the PS4 to your TV is creating latency? HDMI isn't always a well-implemented standard. I don't know, that sounds janky, man. Yeah, I would probably just like replace a bunch of those cables. I mean, depending on how long they are, like if you only need like a 2-meter cable, I feel like that's dirt cheap, isn't it? One thing I found helped a lot was turning the TV to gaming mode, which lowers the resolution and somehow the latency too.
What happened to the mage who destroyed the Kirkwall Chum tree?
Monoprice. I've never heard of Monoprice.
He fled Kirkwall with the mages from the Circle. Stayed with them a while, but he had to move on. Somehow a lot of mages blamed him for making them live as fugitives. I don't know where he is now, and I don't want to know.
In the book, you say that first...
Well, he disapproves.
...turned himself into a giant monster made of corpses. How? Why?
Do I look like an expert on magical weirdness to you? Well, I can't tell you how. For the why, all I can say is he was desperate.
Right, Dragon Age 2 is basically all just Varric's telling. So, like, the fact that he turns into a shambling mound of corpses could have been kind of an exaggeration. Monoprice says cheap and high-quality cables. Huh. Do you mind if I live in a third-world country? Getting decent stuff here is really, really hard. Yeah, that's true. Makes sense. I guess shipping to you is probably extra expensive. You have to set up gaming mode on a TV if you're playing games. It's really a TV problem. TV does a lot of post-processing once you get the signal, and the game mode stops that. Another reason not to game off the TV, but instead to use a piece of software, like, say, OBS?
Your book doesn't say what happened after the Arishok left Kirkwall.
But I guess it totally depends on why you're streaming. For me, I'm streaming, like, more as an interactive medium than anything else. But I feel like probably most people who stream, honestly, like, the game itself is a lot more important.
Where are the rest of Hawk's associates now?
Yo, Hyper Stifer? Appreciate the follow. Is that right, Stifer? Yeah, thank you for that. Welcome on in. The TV does a lot of post-processing once it gets the signal, and the game mode stops that. Some TVs can detect that you have a PC connected to it and will use game mode. Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't know any of that.
Sebastian went back to Starkhaven. I'm sure he's boring all sorts of people there. Hawk's little brother was off on some warden business near the Anderfell's border.
Shouldn't have fun and interact with people? Yeah, totally. What it's all about. But I just mean, like, I know a lot of people who, for them it's really important, even while streaming, to have, like, you know, to have their games in 1080 and surround sound and all that kind of stuff. And, like, for me, that's, like, not just secondary, but completely unnecessary. Not even, like, not even a part of it. Because it's just not why I'm streaming. But, like, I understand that. I'm not saying that what I'm doing is better. I'm just, it's just, yeah, I just kind of forget that it's, like, not everybody streams for the exact same reasons. I have a game console that I stream from connected to the same monitor that I use for my computer. Game console stream from connected to the same monitor you use for your computer. Okay, okay, follow that. So, like a second monitor, or? You know you're very cute, right, sweetie? You're very cute. I saw recently one of my friends ask, what do you not like about your fave streamers? And everyone's sort of whining about loud sound or how people talk too much. And I was thinking to myself, bro, if you don't like the streamer, just don't watch. Yeah, that's crazy. An idea for me, it's important to have it 4K. Yeah, I totally... For me, that's... Not only is that not something I really care about anyway when I'm gaming, but especially when I'm streaming. I'm like, I'm happy to stream in less than 720. Because I stream to interact with people doesn't mean I want to reduce the quality of the game. No, but I just like, for me the game is like straight up secondary. That's what I mean. Like I don't really... I'm down to play anything. That's why when I had people say like, you should play Persona 5, and then that was the popular vote, I was like, okay, like I literally didn't know the genre of it. Like I'd never heard of the game, and I didn't even look it up. I was just like, yeah, I'll literally play anything. It doesn't matter to me as long as that's what people are into. I'm happy to just play that because I just want to hang out with people. But again, I'm not saying that that's like a superior approach. I'm just saying that it's a really secondary thing for me. That's why it takes me so long to fucking beat games. I've made no progress in the last fucking hour. Same monitor to switch signals. 4K is nice, but not nearly as high FPS in 1080. I have two monitors for my computer. Most monitors have HDMI and DP connections. I just have one of my monitors with two connections. I just switch between DP for computer to HDMI for console. Huh.
In my spare time, I manage a spy network.
Here's my gaming monitor for all gaming. I was just trying out how it will look on a 4K TV and notice the latency. Yeah, I think latency when gaming is the only thing that makes a game like unplayable, in my opinion. Because I'll play original Nintendo games, right? I have streamed games for the NES, and those aren't certainly not 4K. So like the resolution and stuff like that isn't as important. But like latency, just like you can't really play a game if there's a bunch of latency. That's like that's the only thing that's a fucking deal breaker, I think.
To be honest with you, she's just a better spy master. The truly great ones can keep their distance.
Oh, it's just exclamation mark song.
Me, I always wind up
this is the title theme from Killer Instinct. But a version of it that's that I believe was in another game. It's like a cover of the Killer Instinct song. About the cheapest 4K monitor I found, and it's great. Nice. TVs have a tragic amount in latency, but game mode will fix that. I need to get a TV for our living room at some point. I've been meaning to do that for quite a while. Although we should probably paint the living room first. It's literally just primed and unpainted.
You're an author. What kind of books have you written?
Monitor's 1440.
Tried my hands at a few genres. My crime serials are my most popular.
I have a 1080 monitor. I have a
breaking the rules to get things done. The Tale of the Champion is the most famous thing I've written.
maybe it's 1080?
Infamous, maybe. I started a romance serial once, Swords and Shields.
I'm not even sure.
To be honest,
I have no idea.
have a knack for romances. Most of
At one point my monitor gave out during a stream, and so the next day I went and bought just like the cheapest monitor I could find. And that's what I use.
Shops do you own?
Actually, we don't own shops. That was just an example. Mostly we invest in money lenders.
My TV was also a ludicrous sale about 10 years ago.
We own half a beet plantation
It's a
somewhere. Most of that's my
LED
brother's doing.
or plasma? I don't know. Whichever one gets really hot. The TV gets really, really warm.
How do you and Cassandra know each other?
You heard about the Kirkwall Chantry being destroyed? The guy responsible used to be a friend of mine. The Seeker had questions about that, and I had answers.
Where did you get that crossbow? I've never seen one like it.
Bianca? She's one of a kind. I won her from
Yeah,
Paragon's
one of a
brother in
kind.
the name of Wicked Grace. She was such a sore loser. Ran off to the deep road.
He won it from Bronca.
The last anyone saw of her.
Is that the origin of Bronca's fucking madness? As far as Varric's concerned?
I can't tell you.
And the reason for that is?
Complicated. It's the one story I'll never tell. We just have to leave it at that.
Thanks, Varric.
Do you never get to learn what Bianca's named after? I'm guessing maybe when I get closer to him. We'll see.
Need something?
Bronca? Yeah, from Dragon Age Origins. The dwarven smith that goes crazy, basically, and wants to transform dwarves into golems. Like, wants to, take dwarven souls and put them into subservient golems, basically. Streaming is a pita?
Can I ask
Like the food?
Varric?
You want to talk about me? I'm flattered. Also inclined toward extravagant lies.
Thanks, Varric.
No problem. Need something?
Oh, pain in the ass, I see.
The red lyrium we found at the temple.
I've never heard that that acronym before.
Brother Bartrand and I sort of discovered red lyrium during an expedition in the deep roads. We located an ancient thaig, so old it barely looked dwarven. There was this idol there made of it. Bartrand brought it back to the surface, and, well, everything's gone downhill.
I have no issue with it, but I must play an Xbox Series X. Maybe my PC at 4K is rough. Yeah, FTL.
So what is it? Just another kind of lyrium?
The red stuff is lyrium like a dragon is a lizard. It's not just a different color. It has a whole host of weirdness all its own. I've written to every mining cast house in Orzammar. No one's seen this stuff before or knows where it came from.
Yeah, FTL's got some decent tunes for sure. I just love FTL, just in general.
Regular lyrium can mess you up pretty badly, but you have to ingest it for that to happen. Red lyrium messes with your mind when you're just near the stuff. You hear singing, get violent.
Came out November 10th, goddamn. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, you got it, like, basically on launch.
I've had a few alchemists studying it in Kirkwall, in shifts.
In shifts.
Why do you have red lyrium?
My brother kept a sliver when he sold it. I'm pretty sure he held on to it because it was already talking to him. That little shard drove him mad. I had him taken to a sanitarium and eventually found the fragment in his house. We brought the shit to the surface, Bartrand and I wanted to find out if there was a way to shut it up. So far, it looks like the answer is no.
If red lyrium is as dangerous as you say, why'd you keep it?
I've heard that shit singing to me. I know better.
Request a PS5 my next birthday. Nice.
Our miners keep regular, non-crazy raw lyrium in special lead-lined containers. Actually, it's a huge secret how they're constructed. Keeps surface folk from horning in on the lyrium trade. I pulled a lot of strings and got a smith to build me 4 of them nested inside each other.
Whoa.
Nobody gets to study it up close for more than an hour.
He's got a fucking...
You have to wait a week between shifts.
Russian doll
I think that's enough on red
lyrium case.
Yeah, not really my favorite.
That's cool. Nice to be at the age where you don't have to sweat for the stuff and money you spend. I think that's everything. Yeah, that's a bonus, man. You're lucky. Awesome.
Will you be able to get us the crafting supplies we need? When they're ready. If you're here to clean, Hess can get you a bucket and a broom. If anyone calls you knife here, come to me. Oh, you're her. 3.
Oh, yeah, the clean. I love it.
I'm doing what I can to supply this mess.
The fucking
If you find what
crazy
I need
rift
to
above
fill
us.
One of my requisitions, I'd appreciate you bringing it in.
What do you do here?
I make sure the Inquisition troops have food in their bellies and iron in their hands. Both are important.
Oh, your dad works at Amazon. I don't think I knew that. That's cool.
Day to fight the demons. Turns out heroes need
Presumably he works a little higher up than like the warehouse. I would say your average Amazon employee isn't necessarily super well off.
Up as quartermaster for the Inquisition.
But that's sick.
Best commanding officer this world has ever seen. After they all turned on him at Denerim, though, there wasn't much use for people who held that opinion. Queen Honora offered my
What he does, but he's a programmer? I mean, it sounds like that's what he does.
She knew I
I'm guessing.
my father and got me away from the political
A little bit of programming.
Your loyalty to the man you served is admirable, Quartermaster. Thank you. A lot of people seem to think they know what happened at Ostagar, but I was there. Turn Logain
Do you want a bit
never
more wine,
betrayed
babe?
his king. If he'd brought the reinforcements, Darkspawn would have just killed everyone. He did what he had to do to save our country, and we betrayed him. I apologize. Sister Liliana told me I shouldn't talk about this. Just forget it.
I mean, what would you do?
What did you mean when you mentioned requisitions? I'm making this Inquisition run with what we
What
have,
does he program?
but we're not a real army. We're stretched thin on material.
I'm guessing it's related
So I've
to
put up a requisition
Amazon's
for anything
websites.
that could help our people. Here, take a look. You find some iron and a good login
That'll be my
site.
guess.
Maybe Harriet can get our troops better weapons. If I have material for a
Could be related to other shit.
do I
It could be
bring it to you?
programming,
Just take it over there. One of my boys will take the materials or jot
like
down
warehouse
what you found.
automations and shit. Who knows?
Farewell. Make
But
it
just a
go.
guess. Who knows?
Can I help you with something? If I have material for a special order, do I bring it to you? Just take it over there. One of my boys will take the materials or jot down what you found. How does someone end up as quartermaster for the Inquisition? I served for Eldon under 10 Logain.
Could be AWS, which practically runs half the world.
Officer this world has ever seen. After they all turned on him at Denerim.
Usually he told me he makes programs that test chips for cameras, phones, and ebooks and tablets, but that was before he worked at Amazon. Huh.
It was a kindness.
Yeah, Amazon is one of the biggest companies in the world for sure right now.
Garbage.
One logging stand.
Thanks for checking anyway.
Oh, so I'm supposed to like go get the thing. Okay, that makes sense. Who's in here? Ah, Liliana.
We call the Templars, just like the.
Blessed are the peacekeepers, the champions of the just. Blessed are the righteous, the lights in the shadow. In their blood, the mages.
Amazon Web Services provides computer time for anyone else to use. Yeah, I was thinking I might have to use AWS for
so that your will is done.
for Task Agent Spot, but the functions that I'm using don't require it.
What does the Maker's Prophet have to say about all of this? What's his game?
Since COVID started, whenever I stop by and he works from home, I hear him yelling at other programmers that they did a bad job.
How is this a game? Do you see the sky? What about the temple ruins? The bones lying in the dust? Even if you didn't support the Divine's peace, you wouldn't call this right. Who could? So many innocent lives. The faithful murdered where the holiest of holies once stood. If the Maker willed this...
Well, that's pretty cool. So you're prepared, presumably helped you out a little bit on getting your apartment?
I speak for no one but myself, and I have no answers for you. You probably
I want to learn to use AWS. We use it at my company, and I'll be getting into that project in a few years with how things are going. All your plans for today got cancelled somehow. Like you had several different plans, and they each individually happened to fall through, kind of thing.
Our lives, our deaths.
Parents gave me Amazon stocks, and I sold them and bought the apartment. Nice, that's awesome.
And he let her die.
Yeah, Sonnet and I, each of us had some help from our parents for
not just me.
For getting a home. Because unfortunately, the city we live in, it's prohibitively expensive to get in on the housing market unless you have someone helping you. Fucking insane.
To save the best of his servants. What good is he? I used to believe I was chosen, just as some say you are. I thought I was fulfilling.
Yeah, we got to a point where we were like, okay, I think we could probably pull it off, and then once we were like actually getting into the thick of it, then like yeah, our parents got involved and helped out. It was good.
Maybe you have another purpose. I could help you find it. No,
which basically meant that we got to put more money down than we expected, so our mortgage isn't Fucking
With
crazy.
moments of weakness, it won't
Got like a
happen again.
very manageable
Come.
mortgage.
To work then. We will speak later.
We will speak later. How about now? Oh no, you're just not into talking at all. Alright, fine, be that way. What's up with you, Cullen?
Mages and Templars were already at war. Now they're blaming each other for the Divine's death.
Which is why we require a proper authority to guide them back to order.
System we're currently maintaining is slowly being replaced by a system we're developing in AWS. We're trying to make as smooth a transition as possible to keep business running.
Inquisition and
Funky.
its so-called Herald of Andraste? I think not.
A personal trainer and a dog trainer scheduled for today, and they both canceled. Oh, that sucks. Oh. Stream Raiders! Beep, 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 beep. Damn, 32 people in our battle. That's awesome. Really happy that we've got like 30-ish people in most of our Stream Raiders battles. They've been going really well. It's so cheap, it's rather crazy. It is pretty nuts. Especially because it's like, you know, they're doing fine for themselves. And he's like unwilling to replace things that need to be replaced. To be fair, I'm pretty similar. Like at this point, we're doing okay, but I'm like, you know, I've been saying like, oh, we need to get a TV for, since like last November, and I still haven't because I'm like waiting for a good sale. So I can relate to, you know, being frugal. Okay, so don't place any units on those side areas, please, because it will kind of fuck up our main strategy. We'll place some supports in behind our front lines to buff damage and to heal our tanks. And then we should be fine. As long as nobody puts units on these side areas, we're going to be fine because all of these enemies will head toward our main army instead of the things we're trying to protect. Unwilling to coffee to coffee shop because they overcharge. Well, it's the exact opposite. The moment he has money, he has to spend it. Yeah, that's a tough one too. They do overcharge. Yeah, that's true, but like, every once in a while, you know, you get a coffee at a coffee shop. Like, that's fine. He doesn't. Get my coffee at Costco. When's the last time that you bought a coffee out? Oh, I'm guessing within the last month, maybe? Yeah, things on sale, absolutely, are inherently better quality. It's pretty expensive because capsules cost a lot. Oh yeah, capsule coffee makers are almost as expensive as coffee shops.
So far, you're the only one who's insisted.
I guess it depends on the coffee shop.
We might, if your Inquisition would recognize the Chantry's authority.
There is no authority until another divine is chosen.
And depends on the brand, I guess.
Andraste will be our guide, not some dazed wanderer on a mountainside.
Remind me why you're allowing the Chancellor to stay.
Oh, my nose is so itchy. Stupid allergies. Coffee Starbucks at least once a month. And what coffee for home?
Simply because he runs at the mouth. The change is a good indicator of what to expect in
I mean, when do you think your dad last bought a coffee in a coffee shop? Coffee shops sell coffee at 16 ILS. A capsule costs 2. I'm guessing the I is for Israeli, but I don't know what the LS are. shekels. Huh. Is the S stand for... Oh, IL for Israel. So it's like... Right. And then S for shekel. I was like, what the fuck does the L stand for? I feel like those allergies are killer. Oh god, they're annoying. Their immune therapy? No, I just find it's really... it's really expensive.
How widespread is
And it's not like 100% guaranteed to work, so I don't know. I just figure whatever. I just have allergies and that's how it is. Correct name is actually NIS, New Israeli Shekels, but I don't like it. Is that like new? It hasn't been new for like 50 years. So it has been NIS for your entire lifetime, but you don't use it.
The Mages and Templars are fighting, even though we don't know what really happened at the Temple of Sacred Ashes.
Exactly.
Oh, because it's not new anymore, so you're like, fuck that?
If you are innocent, the Chantry will establish it as so.
Or we'll be happy to use someone as a scapegoat.
You think nobody cares about the truth? We all grieve Justinia's loss.
But you won't grieve if the Herald of Andraste is conveniently swept under a carpet.
Let me try it at some point, because I want to know if there's a chance to cure myself, or at least reduce the effects of it. Yeah, I've heard mixed things. But yeah, I mean, if it's affordable, then there's no reason not to.
Keep the peace while you and the others appeal to the Chantry in Val Royeaux.
Better ready yourself for the blame you will be rightly assigned.
They're calling the US dollar the new US dollar because it's new. Yeah, I guess it's like new compared to what?
These truths the Maker has revealed to me. As there is but one world, one life, one death, there is but one God, and He is our Maker.
Good luck on immunotherapy for your allergies. Yeah, totally. Absolutely good luck. Yeah, if you do it, like, let me fucking know. Because if it works, you know, if I can get a few cases of it working, then I'm...
My scouts still comb the hills for clues about the explosion.
Be all about
I'll
that.
take what I can find.
Investigate the shards, eh? Oh yeah, I should just always have someone working on this.
At your service.
Getting us some cash. At Bulgaria.
Mistress Lavelle.
Immunotherapy can work very well for allergies if it's not well controlled with OTC medication. I'm not familiar with the term OTC medication.
Can I help you with something? I'm surprised that even an apprentice mage wouldn't join the rebellion. I don't like using magic to fight.
No idea how the world considers it. The fact is, it is a third world country. Just in terms of like sort of resources that are available to you, like having shitty internet and that sort of thing.
Yes.
Having a tough time getting imports. I don't know what's up with the new Mass Effect. I can't tell how many hours I played because my save keeps changing. That's weird.
They don't have any emotions. They can barely take care of themselves. Can't defend themselves at all. It's a shame. I like them better.
Internet's one of the best in the world, actually.
Why did you decide to research dangerous creatures?
2 days ago, it was time played 20 hours. Yesterday was time played 54 hours. Now it's time played 28 minutes.
Glowing eyes and
weird.
Claws. It's terrifying.
On Steam?
But once you know how it works, you can deal with it. It's just another part of the world. So much of this world is only frightening because we don't understand it. I'll speak with you later. Travel safely. If you find anything, please bring it in. Did you need something, Ambassador?
Yes. Well, not precisely, but I should like to know if anyone here has treated you unkindly, Herald, for being an elf.
I can deal with a few whispers and sideways looks.
In-game save time. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. So it's just buggy. Everything else available to decent stuff, services, general pay to the population, and corruption. Yeah, I guess that's a big one. I have a friend from Turkey, and he was saying, like, the corruption is just fucking out of control. You can kind of do anything as long as you're willing to pay.
I would prefer not to repeat them.
Give me something.
Stealing children, selling peasants to slavers, burning down villages, using infants for blood magic. Those are the stories about your fellow Dalish. I won't repeat what they've said about you.
Isn't the magic just as much a problem as my ears?
It depends which way the wind is blowing. Magic is meant to
Most Bulgarians would ask me why I buy games when I can pirate them.
Close the breach, and we can claim that is why Andraste chose you.
It's fair.
Hopefully it will be enough to replace this.
Israel too. I mean, you know,
the humans telling those tales are the
same thing here, really. For a lot of people.
My clans defended ourselves against them more times than I can count.
Really?
There's no piracy laws, really.
Had no idea.
That's interesting.
I will do what I can to end this.
For developers to be a decent person, yeah.
It may help if
I mean, honestly, I think that Steam did so much to curb piracy just by becoming a repository for things like achievements and just turning gaming into a thing that's like kind of like if you buy the game you get all these extra things like cloud saves, you can uninstall and reinstall quickly and easily. Like they made it the time that's saved from having Steam, I feel like offsets the cost of games. Like if you say, oh, my time is worth X amount of money per hour, then just like being able to instantly grab a game, install it quickly and easily, reinstall it and have the same saves, all of those things I think those have a monetary value to them. I think Steam did an amazing job of sort of, you know, tapping into that.
We were at the mercy of everything. Foul weather, disease, village mobs.
Time is worth money. Rocks pay me for being here. See, the thing is, my time is also worth money, so, you know. Oh, I can hit on whoever this is.
If I'd
Let's
never
do it.
left home, Josephine, I would never have met you. That would be the greatest.
One of my war council.
What? Really? There is more to this, Mistress Llewellyn.
I've been feeling fine, baby. I am subbed. I mean, you're not wrong. Well, you know, that's why I try to do things to give back, you know? I have contests and giveaways and, you know, the fact that you have been hanging out and subbed, you know, you can get some video games, some swag, you know, I mean, you know, I do try to reward people for being here. And for bed, have a wonderful stream. Yeah, cheers, Omaha. We'll sleep well. I'm actually not even sure what time zone Omaha is in, so I'm not sure what time it is for you. But you have an awesome night. I didn't know whether to tell you you should already be asleep or what, but.
If I went back now, they'd already be envious. By the end of this, I'll hold more power than all my clan's keepers put together.
I'd advise you not to tell your clan that, Herald. No one enjoys a poor winner. Greetings.
What do you do here again?
I meet with ambassadors from various factions and countries and cement alliances with them. We are a young cause.
Cement them alliances. Drywall them alliances. Get some rebar in there.
Then you speak for the Inquisition with these nobles.
I do. Someone must foster goodwill on our behalf, as well as prevent controversy as news of us spreads.
How heavily are our actions scrutinized?
Make no mistake. Every noble house, every throne is waiting to see what the Inquisition does next. Many are willing to pledge support if offers are made in just the right fashion. I intend to see that they are.
What do the people make of us?
Despite our fame, we're low on steadfast allies.
You know what I'm thinking is maybe before I go delving back into more missions and quests,
Any visiting dignitaries I should watch out for?
perhaps
Sir Griffith of Denerim,
we should go ahead and do one of these.
chased down abominations. Just don't ask him about it over dinner. He spares no detail.
What do you guys think? Eh? If you guys feel like copy pasting a raid message, by all means do. I'm gonna go swing by Hookshot Retrospective's channel. He is playing some Dark Souls 3 for the first time ever. He's super entertaining. He's given me quite a few raids, and he's I think he's legitimately a fun streamer to watch. So let's swing over there. I'm gonna copy paste one of these messages myself. And yeah. Have an awesome night, you guys. Thank you so much for all the hangouts and chat. I absolutely enjoy hanging out with you guys. I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow for Skyrim Sunday. And yeah, enjoy. I mean, for you and Illarox, enjoy your days, because it's not night for you. Yeah, be sure to stay hydrated, and I'll catch you next time.